Okay, good afternoon and good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of Council and General Committee for Monday, October 4th, 2021, and we will do O Canada. So if I can ask everyone in Council to stand, and those of you at home who are able, please stand as well. Then a moment of personal reflection right after.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right, thank you very much for that. I'll now look to the Deputy Mayor for this month, Councillor Don Dodge, for the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We acknowledge that the land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live here and work today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of the Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor. So I just have a couple of remarks for the Mayor's report, and I just want to begin by saying thank you to our partners at the Niagara Region Native Centre who hosted the first National Truth and Reconciliation Ceremony here at City Hall. I do want to acknowledge we had Councillor Porter, Councillor Littleton, and Councillor Dodge and Councillor Garcia were in attendance at the this ceremony here at City Hall. I also want to thank all the community members who attended and who wore orange shirts and supported survivors of residential schools. It was a part of our day of learning here at the City of St. Catharines, and I want to acknowledge our CIO, David Oakes, and his team. I think we had the strongest showing of City Hall staff here at City Hall, standing outside with our First Nations brothers and sisters, and it was great to see so many of our staff participating in such an important day here in our country. And like so many Canadians, I was disappointed that the Prime Minister's decision to not spend the first National Day of Truth and Reconciliation with survivors of residential schools and not attending a community gathering. This is not how we heal relationships or begin reconciliation. Like I said at the ceremony here at City Hall, this was just the beginning. I hope to see many more people the next year and the year after that, as we have much more work to do as a country to begin the path of reconciliation. We did have a number of speakers that were there giving us personal accounts of the impact of the residential school system on their families. In addition to that, discussions and remarks about murdered and missing Indigenous women, the impacts on their families as well. So it was a very emotional event, and again, in our discussion today, we'll be talking about the statue outside here in City Hall, and when we talk to our Indigenous brothers and sisters, that means something to them. So it's in the spirit of truth and reconciliation that we'll be having a further discussion here today. Just about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, I was again on the halls of the stairs of City Hall for the annual Sisters of Spirit Vigil Walk that began here at City Hall, and walking towards Centennial Gardens, soon to be known as Richard Pierpoint Park. This is for Indigenous women and children across our country who have gone missing and have been murdered. October 4th is a day that we honor the lives of Indigenous women and girls who have gone missing, never come home to their families, many of whom have been murdered. This walk is to honor thousands of women and girls, and that's the truth. And truth is something that we have to understand. How we get to the truth is by reading, by listening to the survivors, by listening to their families. One of the books that has influenced me is Highway of Tears by Jessica McDermott, and it was it was an account of her capturing the stories of those in BC whose daughters, whose mothers, whose aunts have gone missing. And the reaction that they received from the RCMP and other levels of government, the indifference that they were met with over the years. And so doing the walk today, is about honoring all of their lives, and it's another step in the right direction towards truth. And after truth comes reconciliation. And this is which looks like justice, action, anti-racism work, valuing the lives of Indigenous women and girls, two-spirit and gender-diverse people equally. And it's something that we all need to be aware of, and hopefully it'll have an influence on our discussion here today. Healthcare funding last week, I just want to say thank you to the provincial government. Robin Martin, the parliamentary assistant to the Ministry of Health, was joined by MPP Oosterhoff to announce $53 million in funding for Niagara Health. This was part of the legacy costs associated with the hospital. When there was the merger of the hospital systems here in Niagara, there was significant capital deficit legacy that was carried over. So this amount goes to stabilize the ledger, as they say, and help offset some of those legacy shortfalls that have been hindering the healthcare system for a while. Province also announced $1.2 million in funding for the Hotel du Shaver and for the St. Catharines Hospital. And this will ensure that our local hospitals are able to respond to any changing scenarios as the pandemic evolves. And it was also an opportunity for us to say thank you to our front care healthcare workers. 3 of the people that attended from the hospital system, there was the doctor who has been treating those with COVID on the COVID ward. There was the nurse, the charge nurse on the COVID ward, and there was one of the support staff on the COVID ward. Anyone who thinks that COVID is something that should be taken lightly, or that something that isn't simply just a flu, needs to talk to people like that, because they're on the front lines, and the stories that they tell you about the impact of COVID on many, many people over in our community for many, many months now, and the pressure that they've been under is something that we all should take notice of. And so I just want to thank the province for stepping up there. Also want to acknowledge that the St. Catharines site of the Niagara Health System has been renamed the entrance to the Rankin family main entrance. And this was in recognition of Tom and Beth Rankin and their family. As we all know, there's been significant announcements by investments by the Rankin family, from the Rankin Run to the MRI machines that were recently purchased through Tom's fundraising. The list is long of the support that the Rankins have had in our community, and I think it was a fitting tribute that when you walk into the main entrance, you'll now see that Rankin name and how important Rankin has been into our community for all that they've done in our community. As well, October is Small Business Month, so it's an opportunity for all of us to celebrate small businesses in our community, many of whom have struggled through the pandemic. So if I can ask council, those of you who are on social media, if you want to maybe turn up the dial in October for small businesses in your ward, that'd be greatly appreciated. Just keep shining a light on the small businesses that are really the backbone of our economy. October is also Islamic Heritage Month. And it's time to recognize the contributions of Muslim people in our communities, our country, and civilization for all of us. It is a time to learn about long-standing Islamic history and leaders. It's also an important time to combat racism and anti-Islamophobia. Over the last few weeks, my office has been in touch with the Canadian Council of Muslim Women and the National Council of Canadian Muslims about their work and ways to work with the city. So we'll be sharing more information throughout October and engaging council in this work too. October is also Women's History Month. So the YWCA is hosting their 8th annual Leadership Summit for Women, and this month is a 3-day virtual event, October 26th to the 28th, and it showcases some amazing local leaders with workshop seminars to help you improve and invest in your leadership. Everyone is welcome, all genders. It is a celebration of women in our community. Mental Illness Awareness Week is this week. It's important to have conversations to take time to listen to others about mental health. So again, if you know of someone in need, please reach out to organizations in St. Catharines and Niagara that can help. Call 211 for referrals. It's a great organization. It's a great resource for many of the supports in our community. And a big shout out to the St. Catharines Athletics Lacrosse. For the first time ever, I believe, the U13, U15, U17 teams, all from St. Catharines, won provincial gold. I don't think that has ever happened in any other community in Canada and in Ontario, where 3 of their divisions were the provincial gold medal winners. So pretty proud of the St. Catharines Lacrosse for all they did, and that goes on top of the A's this year won the I forget the name of the lacrosse, the Iroquois Cup, I think it's called. And so we've got 4 teams that reached the pinnacle of their sport. And congratulations to all. It will be a fitting way we can celebrate their successes in the coming months. Niagara Children's Center, as Councillor Cisco mentioned last week, raised over $100,000 for their run. And that's about it. I think I just want to give a birthday wish to one of our fellow councillors. Councillor Sorrento turns 45. He turned 45, I think. So I just want to say happy birthday to Councillor Sorrento, and maybe there will be some good wishes for a speedy council today. Thumbs up. Okay. With that, I'll turn it over to the adoption of the agenda for the clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The following items have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder this evening. A memo from the Corporate Asset Manager and Engineering Asset Manager regarding answers to questions related to the asset management plan. 2, correspondence from Dan McKnight regarding Private Watson statute. And the following amendments are being made to your agenda this evening. There's only one, item 6.1, council correspondence, sub-item number 1, a resolution from the town of Fort Erie regarding right of passage along the Lake Erie shoreline. The item of correspondence is to be endorsed rather than received and filed. And that's the changes for this evening.
All right. Any other changes to the agenda from council? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor Cisco. All in favor of the agenda? Okay, that's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Are there any changes to any of the minutes from September 27, 2021? Seeing none, can I have a motion? Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Kushner. All in favor of the minutes? That's carried. Any conflicts of interest in tonight's meeting? Seeing no conflicts of interest, we will move on to the consent reports. And I'll look to the clerk for the consent, and then I'll need a mover and a seconder.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Today's consent agenda is very short. 6.1, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Council Correspondence. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
And that was moved by Councillor Porter and seconded by Councillor Phillips. I didn't get the mover and a seconder on that. I apologize. Okay, so we have no public meetings. Declaration to all presenters, as we do have some presentations today. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seat of local democracy. That many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and seek opinions into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, and the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another, question one another, but that we understand that we do so in a way that never undermines any person's abilities or their dignity in council chambers. So with that, I'm going to go to 9.1, and this is the Asset Management Plan for Core Assets 2021. This has been a discussion of council. We've had some workshops on this matter. It is an important topic that we're discussing, and I'm going to ask, just for some opening remarks, Anthony Martuccio, Director of Engineering, Facilities, and Environmental Services, and Samantha Downing, Engineering Assistant Manager, who will present a brief PowerPoint, and then we'll take some questions from council. To the presenters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Tonight before you is the 2021 Asset Management Plan for Core Assets. On September 22nd, GM Blue Plan made a presentation to summarize the plan, and staff from GM Blue Plan are here again tonight to answer any questions or comments you may have. We would like to do a brief recap of the AMP. Here tonight with me are also Christine Douglas, Director of Financial Management Services, Ann Tarini, Corporate Asset Manager, Samantha Downing, Engineering Asset Manager, and from GM Blue Plan, we have Mr. Dave Watt, VP, Ms. Andrea Clemencio, Asset Management Senior Engineer, and Zachary Francisco, Infrastructure Planning Specialist. I will now pass things over to Samantha Downing to provide the presentation.
If we could go to the next slide, please. The purpose of this asset management plan is to meet the regulatory requirements, set a baseline, and establish the support for asset management practices. The plan is intended to fully comply with the provincial regulation, to provide information on water, wastewater, stormwater, structures, and transportation services, and the assets that support those services, provide metrics to measure levels of service, as well as establish a structured way of tracking performance, incorporate risk into our decision-making, forecast funding required to maintain the condition of our assets, as well as forecasting condition based on projected available funds, and provide recommendations for improvements to asset management practices at the city. This asset management plan is meant to serve as a baseline for where we are now, grounded on the information we have now, provide a basis for assessing the impacts of our investments, and provide tools to support evidence-based decision-making. Simply put, are we sufficiently funding our assets to ensure their condition will not get worse? This is not meant to replace operational plans or work programs or annual budgets, but it should support them. Next slide, please. Like most municipalities, historical funding amounts were not sufficient to maintain the current condition of our assets. Previous reports indicated a backlog of work and a need to increase funding. With the adoption of the 2019 Water and Wastewater Financial Plan, Council recognized the need to increase funding of our water and wastewater assets to more sustainable levels. Modeling completed as part of this asset management plan confirms the need to increase funding to maintain the current condition of our assets. The water and wastewater system are not currently funded at a sustainable level, but it can be if the planned rate increases outlined in the Water and Wastewater Financial Plan are implemented. Failure to follow the financial plan will lead to an increased risk of delivering these services and potentially compromise water quality. Therefore, a robust capital water main and sewer replacement plan remains necessary, as do new proactive operational monitoring programs like water loss and leak detection. If we could go to the next slide, please. Unlike water and wastewater, the anticipated funding is well below the amount needed to maintain the condition of our tax-supported core services. For example, currently approximately 7% of our transportation assets are in very poor condition. Without increases in funding by 2032, we would expect that number to grow to almost 36%. Next slide. It's a big gap. So how do we close it? First of all, we recognize we didn't get here overnight. We can't afford to close that gap immediately, but we'll try to narrow it over time. Then we increase funding where we can and explore alternate sources of funding like grants. We optimize funding. We prioritize the limited funds to the most critical assets with the highest risk. We look to do the right interventions at the right time to extend the life of our assets as much as possible. This means that in addition to replacing deteriorated assets, we support actions that extend the life of our assets, such as preventative maintenance. We improve information and refine forecasting. This plan was based on the best available information at the time. As we improve asset data, we will continue to refine these numbers over time. We support asset management principles in general. And if we cannot close the gap, then we may need to have some difficult conversations about what levels of service we can afford to provide. Establishing these target levels of service will require public consultation around what our citizens expect and what they're willing to pay for. The work done to date with this asset management plan will be used to start the conversation on where we want to go. Next slide. So what's new in this asset management plan? This plan starts to incorporate decision-making tools to inform and support decisions made by staff and council on the stewardship of the assets and the services they support. Metrics will track performance and establish levels of service, and risk matrices will identify likelihood and consequence of failure of our assets, providing a structured way to track performance, cost, and risk to meeting strategic goals and service objectives. The plan talks a lot about levels of service. Simply put, level of service is how we track performance. But simple does not equal easy. There are multiple ways to track performance. Age and condition of our assets help to determine the likelihood of an asset to fail, but additional metrics can be used to measure performance and meeting customer expectations. Our customers want to know if they'll have quality services available when they need them. For example, when they turn on the tap, will they have safe drinking water? Therefore, we track water sampling and the number of times we've had to turn off the water due to main breaks, as well as how many customers were without water. Then over time, determine if we maintain the same levels or if we're doing better or worse at providing these services. Some levels of service are legislated, such as the minimum maintenance standards and our responsibilities under the Safe Drinking Water Act, and some are new to this asset management regulation itself. This is a living document, and these concepts will continue to be enhanced and developed as we continue to evolve and enhance our asset management practices. Next slide. To ensure the city's asset management practices align with best practices, there should be continuous improvement. This can only be achieved if we are using the best information, resources, and tools available to support the decisions we make. As we progress on an asset management journey, gain more knowledge of our systems and what is important to our customers through customer engagement and master service plans, we can build on what we have here. We'll expand to include additional assets, linking them to the services they provide. However, in order to do this, we need to remain committed to supporting our asset management practices so we can continue to inform our decisions using the most accurate information and data through up-to-date condition assessments, studies, and modeling that incorporate growth and climate change, and supporting it with resources such as decision-making tools and staffing. We will continue to improve. Next slide. What our citizens want is safe and sustainable services delivered in a predictable, and cost-effective manner. It's all about the service. The asset management plan formalizes existing management practices. It gives information needed to make informed investment decisions. It helps us determine how best to invest our assets so that our residents can continue to enjoy the services and amenities that contribute to their quality of life, so that they can receive value for those services without disruption. Asset management is a journey, and we still have a lot to do. The endorsement of this asset management plan and supporting asset management principles is the next step to actively managing all of our assets in a way that ensures they will continue to contribute to the quality of life of our citizens now and into the future. The team can now take any questions.
Great presentation. Well done. And in terms of questions, Councillor Sorrento, you're first up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned a few times through you, Mr. Mayor, to Engineer Downing, that this is a living, working document. So I would suspect that we're going to continue to work on this based on new and forward-coming data.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, this is an ongoing practice. We are already working to improve things as we go right now. So we're looking at incorporating other assets, and it should be worked into our daily work as we go forward.
And Mr. Mayor, to Engineer Downing or Director Martuccio, this is by no means all of our assets. This is one of many reports that are coming forward. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we've started with the core assets, which were defined in the regulation, and then some additional assets that supported similar services. So for example, for transportation, in addition to roads, we looked at assets that supported other modes of transportation, such as sidewalks and walkways and whatnot. But we'll continue to advance on with other assets such as parks and facilities and natural assets, and going forward, we'll continue to keep expanding.
Okay, that's great. And Mr. Mayor, so the trees would be coming, the trees, if there's a concern about trees or any other assets, those will be coming at another time, yes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we've already begun to do some work on trees. They just are not in this current plan.
And Mr. Mayor, just a couple of financial questions for the Director of Finance, Director Douglas. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Douglas, did we access Canadian Community Building Funds at all for some of this work that needs to be done in this report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we were successful in a grant application for completing some of this work. Samantha Downing, our Assistant Director of Engineering, did lead that project, so she can speak to any specifics.
Great. And Mr. Mayor, one more question. We recently passed a development charges bylaw. Have we looked at any reserves or any development charges reserves as a form of funding?
For you, Mr. Mayor, the development charges are included as a reserve funding in this asset management plan, and also is included in our capital budgets as we bring those documents forward to council.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, this is a very long report, 182 pages. I don't know that 10 minutes presentation by our directors can do it justice. It's very, very complicated. So thank you to our team, and I'll definitely be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sent through a number of questions to staff, and I appreciate the responses that I got, but I have a few follow-up questions with respect to them. As I had noted, and I sort of picked on the pavement and the roads just because those have been issues that have come forward at the Budget Committee. And we had been using a system, PCR, Pavement Condition Rating, I think it stood for, and I noted that we had been indicated to in 2016 that we could expect a drop from 71 to 69 if we flatlined our rates. The amount of money we were putting towards it. And then there was a very large drop, but we also changed our metrics. And one of the things that was included in here was that we had been using PCR, which was, I just want to find, it was unique to St. Catharines. So I guess I'm wondering, we switched over now to PCI, and I'll speak to that in a second, but are we using any other unique to St. Catharines metrics? Or was that the only one?
I could try to take this through you, Mr. Mayor. So where we do have established benchmarking, where you've tried to align with those, there is not an established way to track water mains. So we have a bit of a unique to St. Catharines way to track water mains that looks at both breaks and age. Some municipalities use only breaks and some use only age. We've taken a conservative approach to try and look at both of those things because both of those can play into the condition of our assets. Where we don't have any set best practices or ratings, we have used the age of the asset and the remaining life, which is consistent with how other municipalities are doing this.
Okay, so then it would be correct in assuming that if there are ASTM standards for comparison, we are using those standard methods, but in some situations there's nothing that exists, and so we have had to make up our own metrics. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. Now, when we compare our metrics to other communities in those areas where there are no standards, is that possible? You had mentioned that some communities use, for water mains specifically, they use breaks or they use age. So does that mean that we're not able to compare those metrics to other communities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it can present some challenges to compare to other municipalities. In addition to that is sometimes the age of the system and how the system operates. So wherever possible, we will try and align with those. But yes, there are sometimes challenges for comparing directly.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, one of the things that I noted as I was going back through old reports and looking at those metrics is that there does appear to be a fairly drastic drop-off in the quality of our road and pavement assets as compared to what was expected to occur. Now, I understand based on the responses that the old system was subjective, the new system is less subjective, it's more objective. But then when I looked, there's two things now, there's PCR and PQI. When I looked at it, we were given a PQI rating of, if I go back here, 55.9 in our capital budget for this year, but the AMP listed as 45. Now that seems like a pretty drastic drop off in PQR over the course of less than 6 months. So I'm just wondering how much faith and how much stock I should be putting in numbers that came before the AMP.
For you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I'll start this off, and if Samantha has anything to add, then she can add. So the work that was done for the AMP was to create that baseline for the condition of our assets, and a lot of the information that was contained in previous capital reports was based on information that wasn't as all-encompassing or as accurate as the information that we have today. So the intent of creating this asset management plan was to establish that baseline so that we have something to work off of moving forward. And comparables, as Samantha Downing had indicated, key performance indicators will help us to compare how we are performing based on the information that is included in this current asset management plan.
Okay. So then I guess I'll sort of wrap up on this. I think it's a narrow point, but it's a bit more broadly applicable. At the end of my questions, I asked, how is council supposed to make valid decisions with all of the changing metrics? And the indication was that we would be establishing a common 5-point condition scale using the terms very good, good, fair, poor, and very poor. Would I be correct in saying that we had a subjective system, we've moved to a more objective system, but this appears that we are also going to be using, again, a subjective system to indicate the quality? That's my first part. And then my second part is, if, let's say, we were using our 5-point very good to very poor scale, how were our roads in 2016 and how are they now? Because the changing metrics make it difficult, and more broadly applied across the entire AMP, I have a lot of questions now about what I was being told versus what I'm being told now. So I guess there are 3 questions in there, and I'm hoping, why are we going from subjective to objective to again subjective? How does 2016 compare to 2021 on this new 5-point subjective scale? And are we going to be being subjective across the board?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start off with answering that question. So the 5-point scale that's included in the AMP is based on the PQI, for example, on roads, based on the PQI, and within certain ranges of that PQI, it determines whether or not you are in one of those 5-point scales. So it is not subjective depending on the asset class, as Ms. Samantha Downey had indicated, for assets like water mains where there is no ASTM standard for us to establish or to reference back to. There's a little more subjectivity in the way that those assets are assessed. However, where there are standards for classifying or determining condition of assets, there are scales that allow us to reference back whether or not they fall into one of those 5-point systems that we referenced in the AMP. Sam, I don't know if you have anything to add to that as well.
So the ASTM also does provide a fair, good, poor, and puts those numbers into the ASTM standard too. So we're in line with that also with the roads. When it comes to the transit, like moving those PQI numbers into fair, good, very good. So I think some of the reason for using that language is it will help us communicate with the public who won't understand what a PCI or PCR or something is. So we try and use qualitative or quantitative data to fall into those qualitative groups, if that makes sense.
It does. So how does 2016 compare to 2021 when it comes to roads?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to look it up, but I think that roads has a shorter life cycle, and we have transitioned away from as much resurfacing as we've done. We're doing a little bit more coordinated work, and so it costs about 4 times as much to reconstruct a road as it does to resurface. So as we've moved into less resurfacing, the condition has gone down from what we were planning in 2016, and that's being reflected in some changes in the condition. The old system we had did not allow us to easily project out which roads would be in which conditions, so it was hard to project it out. But we might be able to go back and see where it was in 2016 in that existing condition. I just don't have those numbers in front of me.
Would it be fair to say that the prediction that if we maintained our spending at 2016 levels, the drop from, was it 71 to 69 on the old PCR was maybe a bit optimistic, and that there was a significantly greater drop over the last 5 years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that it probably was, because I think it used sustainable levels and assumed that that's the amount we needed to get sustainable levels, and it didn't look at backlog.
Okay. All right. I'll apologize for taking a more narrow bent here, but the Budget Committee roads has been something we have discussed a great deal over the last 5 years in the roads budget and the money we're putting towards roads. And so I think if anything, my frustrations over that lead me to believe that this AMP is even more necessary than I had thought it was, because we need consistent metrics to be able to know what's going on with our different infrastructure systems. And it's been very frustrating as a member of the Budget Committee over the last number of years. And this, I'm sure it sounds like I'm picking on municipal works and well, the old TES. I'm not, because it's been a consistent issue we've had across, and I appreciate the work that the senior leadership team and staff are doing to try and standardize the metrics across the board. But it's still, it needs to be said, it can be incredibly frustrating to have been told one thing 5 years ago with an expected outcome still 5 years hence and find out that it's wrong. So I strongly support the plan. I appreciate the massive volume of work that's gone into it. And I sincerely hope that this does get maintained as a living, breathing document that we reference on a very regular basis, because I think our decisions in the past have been poorly informed by what I will call not great data. This seems to have much better data, and I think our decisions can only get better if that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I read the asset management plan, to me, it's an operational plan for staff. It looks at criteria for measuring performance, etc., but it doesn't communicate well with the community. And in the past, we've had reports from staff on the core assets, and they indicate what our greatest deficiencies are. And I gather the criteria here will be used to convey the deficiencies that we do have. And I think that's very important for communication with the public, because this plan as presented is good for staff and good for council, but it does not communicate well. So the question I have is, how do we compare with other municipalities with respect to our core services? For example, when we evaluate water, we have, as I understand it, something very standardized, because the province requires us to do so. So back to my question, how do we compare with other municipalities? And the follow-up question is, where are we most efficient with respect to core services? Thank you.
All right, 2 questions there. Director Martuccio.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I'll ask Mr. Dave Watt if he can provide some commentary with regards to how we compare to other municipalities. With regards to where we are most deficient, I think our transportation assets are probably one of the asset classes where we are most efficient in funding them so that we maintain existing conditions or improve as we move forward.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kushner, the comparison of your assets against other municipalities, we've probably done asset management plans for probably 15 or 20 different municipalities. It's problematic at this juncture because the assessment that goes into the poor, very poor, good, excellent condition is not necessarily consistent across those municipalities. So some people use breaks, as Ms. Downing's alluded to. Some people use age. Some people use the time between breaks as an indicator of condition. That's combined with climate factors, the age of the system. We deal with people like the city of Vaughan, who have a very young system versus some municipalities that have very old systems. But I'm gonna ask Andrea Clemencio, our project manager, to add some additional, commentary on this.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I echo what David Watt said. There is a lot of lobbying right now for the province to provide some more clarification on these levels of service that have been mandated through the legislation. For this reason exactly, through the legislation, there are some basic metrics that have been reported on and are included in this plan. And even amongst those metrics, there is room, considerable room for interpretation. And so it really is apples to oranges. It's difficult for us to give you an indication generally of how the city is doing without adding a whole bunch of disclaimers on how that data was collected, what assumptions went into it, and so on. So not to provide too much of a consulting answer, but it just there's just too much room for interpretation at this point.
Just like to add to that we believe in following years, experience has been in the UK and the European Union that they standardize on level of service metrics and asset performance metrics. And that makes that comparison so much easier, but they just don't exist under OREG 588 right now, Councillor Kushner.
Thank you. That would have been my follow-up question. Why would the municipalities not get together with the province and standardize the metrics?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that I can answer that question. So.
Okay, perhaps that should be a future consideration. And my second question, which, in your opinion, and this could be very subjective, or using the criteria that we already have, where are we most deficient? Is it in our road network?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, our transportation assets, our trails, our sidewalks, those is the area where we are most deficient. And just to expand a little bit further, with regards to your comments about communication to the public, there is a component of our responsibilities regarding asset management to provide improved communication with the public so that they understand the performance of the assets that the City of St. Catharines owns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Williamson, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, start with a positive. I've had occasion to travel to a fair number of other cities in Southern Ontario in the last couple months, and I know this is anecdotal, but I would say our roads are much better than lots of other comparable municipalities. So that's a positive compliment. In terms of the issues that Councillor Garcia in here about the single one, we've seen a lot of improvements in terms of Lake Street and Lakeshore Road. Lakeshore being a regional road. Ontario Street from the Queen Elizabeth Way to where it connects with Lakeport and Lakeshore. That seems to be a project that has that ongoing delays. I know we're not supposed to necessarily get into individual topics, and I'm not just being a word healer. To Niagara Street as well, there seem to be two projects that have had extensive delays at the regional level. I just wonder when we might see some action on either of those two roads.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the way I would answer that question right now, I believe that the Director of Transportation from the region is actually coming to Budget Standing Committee to provide an update on their 5-year forecast and the work that the region's undertaking. I believe they are coming to the next Budget Standing Committee meeting. I think that would probably be the best opportunity to get those types of answers directly from representatives of the region.
Thank you. And then I guess my other thing is just is comments, and that is that I'd encourage us to do a better job of scrutinizing all these infrastructure projects through our climate change adaptation policy, and also just generally climate change mitigation thinking. Most recently, I've observed from across the street the construction of a wider asphalt pathway going into Pearson Park. It seems to me it's overkill, and I think it would have been a lot. I don't know. To me, I know it's federal funding that we got, but to me, it could have been better used and made better connections that would have had served a better demand than based on European standards. These are virtually roads that are going into parks, and we know that asphalt and green space don't work well together. And when we put asphalt into parks, we kind of take away the environmental benefits of open green spaces. And we have a letter from the St. Catharines Environmental Alliance in regard to what might be happening in John Page and Fairview Golf, the former Fairview Golf Course as well. So I just hope that there's some communication in the infrastructure that's going in. I know that we want to make it accessible, but I think it has to be, appropriate and the right scale, not overkill for the needs that we're serving. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I would just add that my mom, who has MS, can't go into parks that have crushed stone, and so the asphalt allows her to go watch my daughter play soccer at Pearson Park. It is a very well-used park, and people like my mom who have shuffle her feet would be a trip hazard to go on stone dust. So anyone who thinks that stone dust is the only way to go for that kind of pathway should probably go to our accessibility committee and have a discussion with them before making further comments. So I'll just leave it at that.
Well, the pathways that are being built in Pearson are not servicing the tennis courts directly. At least a good portion of the new stuff in the north end of the park is not an area that's seen much traffic and really requires heavy-duty roadways.
Well, allows people like my mom to use the park. And so Anybody else speaking on this issue? Councillor Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to commend staff, first of all, because in the schedule, we were required to have this completed by July 2022, and we are well ahead of schedule. And I think that we have a great plan, and I do appreciate all of the training. As Councillor Sorrento mentioned, this is a lot of work, and it was a lot for us to digest. And I guess my next question is the next date mandated by the province is July 2024, and it's a date for municipalities to have an approved asset management plan for all municipal infrastructure that identifies current levels of service and the cost of maintaining those levels of service. So clarification, I do have an amendment that's asking us to add green infrastructure. Is this an appropriate timeline? I know that the work on our adding green infrastructure into our asset management plan has started already, and it's gotten quite far, but it's not completed yet. But is July 2024 an appropriate date, or does the July 2024 date relate to the work that we're approving today?
So, Director Martuccio?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the 2024 date is an appropriate date. That is the date where we are supposed to have all other city assets included in our asset management plan. And I believe that is one of the natural assets are one of the assets that we are including in the AMP for that date.
Okay, thank you. And because you've done a great job and we got this one early, do you foresee that we could get the next phase of the plan done anytime sooner? I assume every municipality in the province is going through the same thing right now, so I'm sure all the consultants are quite busy, but do you think that's achievable to get it done a little bit sooner?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and then I'll let Samantha add any questions. There is the chance that we will have some of the information inputted earlier. I do know that we are working on other asset classes to be included right now. It is actually part of the assignment that GM Blue Plan has. However, we are still evaluating all of the other asset classes that we will want to be including in that asset management plan. So there could be additional assets that we include before that in order to comply with that 2024 date.
Thank you. And I guess the last thing is we do have an AMO board representative on our council, Councillor Dodge, and I'm sure this has probably come up at AMO with respect to Councillor Kushner's points and the consultant's points around having standardized metrics that are mandated by the government. And I really think that's something we should push for. So I don't know if we could do this today, but maybe at another meeting, someone could bring forward a motion that we ask the province, and then we copy AMO, and we recommend that the province does this. I think it's important. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Councillor Littleton, chair of the committee that was looking at this. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question about a figure that's on page XII's 12. It talks about there's an investment shortfall for tax-based expenditures of about $20.8 million annually to maintain the current condition of the assets. And then it talks about to fully fund the tax and rate-based asset portfolios by 2046, an 8.09% and 0.34% compound annual increase would be required respectively. Note that this is in addition to general inflationary increases. So that's significant. And I'm just wondering, yes, I understand that you're going to be looking for grants, but if we can talk realistically, what is that saying to us? How much do we need before things start breaking down in a major way?
All right, anybody with a crystal ball? Samantha?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have a crystal ball, but there are a number of things that, in addition to finding funding, so extending the life of our assets makes a big difference as well. So when we do that preventative maintenance, and if we can get longer life, then that condition won't deteriorate as much. So it's combining all those things. It's looking at, like, we are using forecasted deterioration curves. So as we get more information, refining those curves. Going back to the roads, so we're using, when we moved to ASTM standards, we went to a standard curve that is used throughout Ontario. When we actually start looking at the data we have, we might be able to refine it based on what's happening actually in our local climate. We use a high stability asphalt mix, so we get longer life. Hopefully we can extend those as we get more information. So it's a combination of a number of things. That dollar amount is basically looking at all our assumptions we have right now and the money we need, but in addition to funding, there's a lot of other things we need to do.
So it's not real. It's not an accurate number then.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is the best number we have. It's a forecasting number, so it makes a lot of assumptions as to what will go into that, because we have climate change, we have growth, we have how the assets will be funded. So there are a number of things. We've tried to document the assumptions that have been made. And as we get more and more data, we can refine those models. So this is the beginning point, and we will try and refine those numbers. I think we've tried to err on the cautious side. so that we wouldn't come back later and say, no way, it's a lot more. So we've tried to err on the side of the high side, but there definitely is an underfunding in those tax supported assets if we were to continue managing the same way we are right now.
So I guess I'm just stuck on that. So it's a conservative number, or I guess an aggressive number, it would be the way that we could say it. So we're hoping that it's going to be less than that. But when you mentioned climate change as being one of the variables in that number, I would assume climate change would push it higher than that. And then if we have these asphalt, whatever it is that you were saying, because I'm not an engineer, that would bring it lower. But I think I'm stuck on the fact that we get into these projections, and if they're not high enough, then we get a report to us in 2 or 3 years saying, pull the fire alarm. If we don't start adding another $2-3 million into our budgets, everything is going to crumble. We have huge problems. And I guess what I'm asking right now is 8.09, if I'm reading this correctly, is saying that that's what the budget needs to increase for these items. For example, roads up by 8.9% annually until 2046, unless I'm completely misreading these numbers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I'll take a stab at this. So the information contained in the asset management plan is, again, not to repeat what Samantha said, but it is based on the best available information that we have to date. And I think one of the recommendations that is also coming out of the asset management plan is that we have a more robust financial plan related to the maintenance of our tax supported assets, similar to what we did for our water, wastewater financial plan. So the intent of the asset management plan is really to inform council of this is the condition of your assets today. Are you funding it sustainably? And as Samantha mentioned, there are other factors that could come into play. The amount of traffic on the roads, the climate, the type of maintenance programs that we put into place that can, I guess, determine how our asset will perform overall. But it's intended to have, make staff and have council have those discussions to plan for the maintenance of our assets, or plan for the stewardship of our assets in a much more educated way, using real data.
So what's the dollar figure? What do we need? Do we have that information yet on what we need to put in the budget next, say, 5 years? Then I guess I'm looking for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the dollar figure is the figure that was outlined on the chart for our tax supported assets. It is I think it's confident to say that it is probably not a figure that we can accommodate within our existing funding model. But there's some hard decisions that need to be made by staff and council moving forward.
So I guess this would put us on that journey to getting a better understanding, as we started with Councillor Cisco talking about the accuracy of the data to Councillor Littleton. This will start us on that path to actually come back to council with further refined amounts that will be required over the next 5 to 10 years. And our CAO would like to jump in.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think what we're trying to let council and the public be aware, the more information, and as we bring forward these asset management plans that create the baseline, gives us a better sort of framework to do our risk management at the end of the day. So it allows us to present capital budgets in a way that can show both, how we're either improving or sustaining the asset class, but at the same time, it's giving staff more information to prioritize different areas. We know we're not going to be able to hit that level of funding to get us to where we need to be, but we have a baseline in how we can then start to prioritize from a risk management standpoint. if that helps at all.
Okay. So the motion that we have in front of us is really about supporting and support the monitoring and improvement. So there's no financial implications today on this plan that we're accepting as part of the management that has been provided. So if we could get the motion on the floor. And mover, I believe the mover I have is Councillor Littleton. Would you like to move this motion?
Sure.
Seconded by Councillor Cisco. So I'll look to the clerk for a recorded vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
I'm sorry, I had an amendment.
And to Evan, and was that amendment, we discussed that already? That was already asked by the director?
Yes, I discussed this with the director today. It's about incorporating the natural assets into the next phase. It doesn't really affect this plan this evening. It's just more of a direction for the future plan.
And friendly by both?
I can read it out. Okay.
Okay. It's based on the discussion that you had brought up during the council discussion here today.
Yes, about incorporating natural assets, urban forests and trees and green infrastructure into the next iteration using the best available practices.
Okay. Look to the clerk to call a question.
Do we have a seconder, Mr. Mayor? Sorry.
Seconder is Councillor Cisco.
Thank you. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, 9.2, I'll turn it over to the CAO, and it's a report, CAO 1552021, and I'll turn it over to the CAO for some opening remarks and then some questions of council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Essentially what this report is, we're looking to recruit for the deputy CAO. So both in the public report and in the closed session, we're looking for a council representative to sit on the committee.
Okay, we have Councillor Phillips who's put his name forward, and the position is for the mayor and a councillor to be with the CAO during the hiring process. If there's no other interested from council, we can accept Councillor Phillips and be appointed as deputy CAO. I need a mover and seconder to receive the public report of CAO, and Councillor Sorrento, Councillor Porter, and I'll look to the clerk to call a question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Mayor,
Yes.
I had a
Councillor Garcia.
I had a question, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, if we can pull, oh, there we are. Councillor Garcia?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, I have some questions about the organization that we were discussing. But,
So that'll be in the in-camera discussion. That'll be during the in-camera piece.
During the closed section. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton. She's not there. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay. 9.3, Office of the CAO, Audit and Accountability Fund Intake, Part 2. So I'll turn it over to the CAO for some brief comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll start, pass it over to Director Douglas, and then we'll introduce our consultants to do a brief presentation. This report is essentially the second step of our Audit and Accountability Fund application that we received the 100% funding from the province to look at the organization. This is one of the biggest areas that we've identified that need investment to essentially fix the back of house to allow us to be able to move forward with a lot of the service delivery functions that we do. I will pass it over to Christine just to provide a bit more detail on that.
through you, Your Worship. Over the past 4 months, city staff have worked with the consultants from Ernst & Young LLP and the Region of Niagara staff to complete feasibility analysis and recommendation for the city to replace its outdated financial systems and software with a more robust solution. This work was made possible with funds provided by the Province of Ontario through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, awarded to the city with its application under the Audit and Accountability Intake 2 Fund. The city is very appreciative of these funding programs provided by the province, which provide the opportunity to review operations and systems for improvements. Replacement and improving outdated technical systems was identified as an opportunity in the Audit and Accountability Fund Intake 1, presented to Council in November of 2019. The city's 2019 audit findings report to Council in October of 2020 from the city's external auditors, KPMG, also identified some of the limitations and shortfalls with the city's existing financial systems, with KPMG recommending that the available software solutions be reviewed going forward. Through this report, the city is seeking to leverage a shared service opportunity with the region of Niagara. This type of cooperation between municipalities has been a focus of the provincial government over the past several years, and its importance has been reiterated by our council. The region of Niagara uses PeopleSoft as their enterprise resource planning, ERP system, which was implemented with the functionality that allows other municipalities to leverage the software. With the current need of replacement of the city's existing ERP, partnering with the region of Niagara and building on their investment is a good investment for the taxpayers of both the city of St. Catharines and the region of Niagara. With council support tonight, city staff will work with the region of Niagara staff on the next steps to develop an operating model and service agreement for the city to leverage the Niagara region's instance of PeopleSoft financials. City staff will report back to council on the outcome of these next steps. This evening, representatives from E&Y are here to present a recommended direction on how the city could proceed to upgrade its outdated financial system and software, which is supported by a business case, risk management, financial and feasibility analysis, and timeline of implementation. Tonight's presentation by E&Y and related council report completes the city's reporting requirements under the Audit and Accountability Intake 2 provincial funding program. I will now turn the floor over to E&Y for their presentation. Mo, Troy, and Glenn.
Thank you, Christine, and through you to the mayor, thank you to you and to councillors for having us here today to speak with you. My name is Mohammed Bamani, and I lead EY's municipal government practice, and I was here in front of you just under 2 years ago to present the findings of our first work around the audit and accountability funding. I'm joined here today by two of my colleagues. Troy Louders from our technology consulting team and leads our national Oracle practice. Glenn Waddell is from our finance consulting team and works extensively with municipalities and other government organizations to transform their finance functions. Next slide, please. We do have a short presentation today, and you will see that it covers some of the slides in our final report that would have been included in your council package for today. Our intention today is to give you an overview of the work we have done with the city and with the participation of the region of Niagara, including the business case findings, key benefits, and the case for change. Troy will take you through the vision for this transformation, the outcomes that are desired for the city and its partners, and a summary of the financial analysis and savings before all three of us will be available to answer any of your questions. Next slide, please. So I'll take you back to my presentation to you in 2019 when we discussed the findings from the initial Audit and Accountability Fund review. Among our recommendations was an emphasis on the city's need to make IT a strategic function within the organization by embarking on a system modernization, by advancing its controls and audit functions, and support a journey towards modernizing its budget. And the scope of our work here in the second intake of Audit and Accountability funding focused specifically on those findings. The scope of this review project is to evaluate whether the current Niagara Region ERP system, which is PeopleSoft, can support the requirements of the city's finance-related business processes. By understanding the requirements of the city, it can be determined which modules and functionality of Niagara Region's ERP system could be leveraged by the city. This will inform the cost, effort, and timelines required for the city to transition to that system. compared to implementing a new ERP system on its own without the region's participation. Our approach to this included reviewing the city's current finance processes that were in scope, developing an understanding of the region of Niagara's PeopleSoft instance, validating the feasibility of leveraging that instance, and identifying key costs and an implementation roadmap for the city. This included a high level of engagement with the city's finance and technology teams, as well as engagement and participation with staff from the region of Niagara. Next slide, please. It was clear in our analysis that the region's ERP system satisfies the city's core requirements and will cost comparatively less to implement if the city leverages the investment already made by Niagara region than if the city were to implement a new ERP on its own, by approximately $2.8 million in one-time implementation costs, plus $400,000 to $450,000 in annual recurring costs. Ultimately, it is feasible for the city to proceed with the implementation of Niagara Region's ERP system, working closely with Niagara Region to utilize their existing another key recommendation from the first Audit and Accountability report. It will reduce the city's risk exposure and has the ability to enhance the productivity of the city's operations. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. As you will have seen in our report, there are a number of factors that are driving the case for change for the city of St. Catharines. There are risks related to financial reporting that are closely tied to the lack of functionality of the city's current accounting software, a system that's been in place for over 20 years and is no longer supported. The region's successful ERP implementation had limited customizations to it, and in discussions we have clearly been open to working with the city on this implementation, and if successful, could open the door to other lower tier municipalities in Niagara to follow suit, increasing the value delivered to taxpayers in the region. To sum up, an end-of-life system with insufficient functionality and systems controls is driving the need to implement a new ERP system that will modernize finance processes and empower city staff to manage the city's finances more effectively to the benefit of residents and to improve the information that council receives for more informed evidence-based decisions. With that, I will ask my colleague Troy Lauder to walk you through the vision for this initiative and expected outcomes and the financial analysis.
Thank you, Mo. Pleasure to be with you all tonight. I wanted to start, Mo has gone through some of the high-level themes that we found in our findings, and I just wanted to take a moment to double-click on a few of these things and just go to another layer of detail. So with respect to the vision, the premise of our work was centered around increasing the operational efficiency and improving financial decision-making as it relates to the financial software. So to that end, we held strategic visioning sessions with the city's financial services group and IT, including both leadership and staff, to explore desired outcomes for a new financial system, factoring in current major challenges and where the city sees itself in the future. And out of that fell 5 key takeaways or themes. The first one being a desire for modernization to improve customer service to multiple stakeholder groups, including the departments of the city, key leadership, and the city council itself. Another key desire was to minimize the financial impact of taking on a financial systems replacement, but balancing that with achieving the robust functionality that's required both now to address immediate concerns and in the future. The desire to gain efficiency through automation where possible, that's more readily available in a more modern system, and that allows for the group to free up capacity and move work from more administrative tasks to more value-added tasks. All this will contribute to improving forecasting, to make forecasting more timely and accurate, and provide for better information for more informed decision making. And ultimately, at the end of the day, what's always front and center on everyone's mind is risk, and the ability to reduce risk by enhancing things like business process controls, and by making having a modern system that has inherent better cybersecurity protocols. So let's move to the next slide. So building, I'm just waiting for it to change here for you. Okay. So building on the visioning sessions that we had, three major themes fell out of these sessions, all of which centered around supporting the organization by improving customer service or the employee experience, all while reducing that overall risk. And the first major theme was around quality and timely financial information, which of course leads to increased confidence in decision making for a lot of stakeholders, including senior leadership at the city council, and even people doing day-to-day work that rely on this information on a timely basis. And things to measure this would be looking at the reduction in the amount of financial misstatements, the increased costing accuracy because information is reliable and readily available, and ultimately leading to more efficient and accurate financial planning. The second major theme that came out of this was increased customer service from finance by overcoming current system limitations, as Mo alluded to. The current systems we found are very cumbersome and require a lot of manual work just to get at information that otherwise could be readily available with a newer solution. It would contribute to things like faster quarterly and annual close cycles, the improved budgeting process, easily accessible information that is reliable. And the third major pillar focuses around providing tools that enable and empower staff so that they can be successful in delivering to their own responsibilities, which lead to a general overall satisfaction and ultimately translates into better customer service, better service across the board. So the key question here is, what will it take to get there? And if we move to the next slide, we'll just talk through some of the things that we need to do. But first, I wanted to set context of this slide. We started with the baseline assumption that the do nothing option was not viable for many of the reasons that were already stated in this presentation, as well as the results of the audit that was done a few years ago. We also took into account the city's desire to move to a robust modern ERP that would grow with them and support other future strategic initiatives, such things as a more modern digital strategy, as an example. But ultimately, we were asked to assess the feasibility of the city leveraging the region's ERP system in this context relative to the cost of implementing the solution standalone. And the bottom line of this analysis, which is displayed on the slide, is that over 7 years, there was an estimated savings of approximately $5 million with a tolerance of approximately plus minus 20%. And that tolerance is to account for details that would still need to be worked out between the city and the region, which Mo also alluded to. We did meet with the region to review our findings, and they identified some good things that need to be considered around operating model, chargeback pricing, what happens if there's a new project initiated that now would incorporate 2 organizations versus 1. But overall, taking this into account and factoring in that, yes, there is further details where they would need to double click on some of these things, overall, the case still remains very positive towards leveraging the region's ERP system to meet some of their goals and address a lot of the risks that were previously identified. So on that note, I will turn it back to Mo, who will walk us through some concluding comments.
Thank you, Troy. Just to the next slide there. Councillors, the case for change is clear in moving the city to a new ERP system. The business case was to understand the feasibility of adopting the region's instance versus implementing a new ERP system independently. The benefits of greater productivity, reduced risk exposure, collaboration with other government partners, and better decision-making are also clear. And although there are always risks associated with these types of implementations, we have developed a series of pre-implementation activities built into a roadmap that will allow the city to optimize timelines and mitigate that risk. Finally, from a financial standpoint, this approach to work with the region will save the city approximately $5.5 million in the first 7 years compared to going it alone. Thank you all for allowing us to present this to you today, and we're happy to take your questions on our report.
Okay, so what we can do is we've got I want to thank the presenters from Ernst & Young for being here, and then we do also have a motion for council to consider from the staff. So we'll take questions, but in terms of receiving the report or the presentation, we'll bundle that into the staff recommendation as well. So if anyone has questions of either staff or the presenters, Mohammed or Troy, I don't see any. And if we get the motion on the screen, so that we're going to do this in one grouping, so that both staff and Mohammed and Troy can be here. So the motion is that council support the findings of the public report to pursue PeopleSoft financials, that staff work with the region to develop an operating model, and everyone can read on the screen, service agreement for the city to leverage the city's instance of PeopleSoft financials, and that staff report back to council by the end of Q4 2021 with information on potential partnership. So it allows us to trigger the process of moving down this road. In addition to that, there will be the receiving of the report from E&Y. Just looking for Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a brief question. It says somewhere in the report it's going to take $500,000 of staff resources, I think, to operate the system each year, but we will expect to find, I think, savings in other ways. Could you just describe that? And my second question, can you describe the benefits of the project cost accounting module compared to what you have today? I don't know who can answer that, perhaps Ms. Douglas.
So through the mayor, Christine, I'll start. And I'll actually ask Troy to talk a little bit about that $500,000 in savings estimates.
I think he threw the ball to you, Troy.
Troy, yeah, you're on mute.
You got to unmute. If this were a football game, you'd be tackled already. Unmute. You got to unmute, Troy.
Sorry, we're used to using Microsoft Teams, not Zoom, so he's just probably looking for the button.
Troy's out of the game. Like he's out of the game. Got it. Troy, unmute. There you go.
Can you guys hear me?
Now you're back in the game. There you are. Audio's live.
Thank you. So one of the major cost savings that comes from arrangements like this, not just in the municipal space, but in general overall, is the economies of scale derived from a shared services model. So one of the big differences between getting cost efficiencies of going alone versus having a shared service model is the ability to leverage a support and maintenance staff that is dedicated as a center, almost a center of excellence to supporting the business requirements and adapting to the business requirements as they change going forward. In essence, relatively speaking, if the city of St. Catharines were to go it alone, they would have to stand up a support organization, probably not as large as the region, but still there'd be a lot of overlap between the skill sets that were required to effectively manage and support the system. In addition, they can take advantage of all that training and experience that the region has already gained from a very good implementation of their PeopleSoft system. So I would say that's one of the biggest drivers of ongoing annual cost savings. I think the other one is around putting in a more modern system that lends itself to better automation, better security protocols, just overall access to more dependable, reliable information on a timely basis really means that it frees up some capacity of the existing organization to focus more, as I mentioned in my presentation, from more administrative tasks to those more strategic tasks that ultimately drive that efficiency as well. So if I were to pick the two major things that contributed to that overall savings annually, it would be those would be the top two on the list.
Thank you. I did have a question about project cost accounting, but I think that's okay. I just want to say, I think this is probably one of the most exciting reports for me, because on my first staff meet and greet when I became a counselor, I met with the person who was head of IT at the time and said he described that this needed to happen about 3 years ago. And he described the systems that the staff were working with, and even reading this report stresses me out, and I'm trying to imagine how they do month ends, year ends, and run reports and do our budgeting in a very, very old system. So if we're supposed to be the most dynamic, innovative city, a lot of it starts with IT now, and it starts with data and metrics and budgeting, and we want to do multi-year budgeting, and this is the way forward. And I think partnering with the region and using their system is quite genius, and there'll be a lot of knowledge sharing between both levels of government and cost savings. So I want to thank Ernst & Young for this report. I think it validates what the staff have been wishing for, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you did your net present value calculations, why did you use 7 years? Is that when you expect the technology to become obsolete?
I'll ask Glenn to speak to the net present value, but to your question about the software being obsolete, no, actually, PeopleSoft remains to be a very viable option going forward, and PeopleSoft's support strategy is that they have a rolling, and this is actually very good, and I haven't heard of it much with other vendors, a rolling guaranteed 10-year support contract, which means as an organization, if you accept the software, it gives you a window of a minimum of 10 years where the system will remain viable and fully supported by the software vendor. So that has a lot of implications because it provides things like regular updates, regulatory updates, or functionality increases to make security enhancements to make sure you're protected against some of the latest threats out there in the cybersecurity space, which we see on the news all the time. So it's very important to maintain that support. And every year, PeopleSoft makes, or Oracle as a corporation makes the decision on how long they're going to support it, knowing that that's a minimum of 10 years. So you'll always have that runway before you're tasked with making a decision on another software package.
Okay, and you mentioned economies of scale being significant. And if that's the case and other municipalities join in on the region, would that bring our costs down? Would that increase our savings?
The business case becomes progressively better with the more volume that's able to be run through some sort of center of excellence or shared service model.
So the other municipalities should be encouraged to do the same as the city of St. Catharines.
That is definitely an opportunity for sure.
Thank you.
CAO Oaks, you have a comment?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. To that point specifically, I would be remiss if I didn't make mention that the staff at the region would have to be supplemented to enable that to happen as well. So that's part of the discussion we're having, but absolutely the more municipalities that partner, the better it is for all, but it would require some additional investment at the regional level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Got Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Through you to the Ernst & Young consultants, obviously it makes a lot of sense to leverage off the region's ERP system, My question is, at what stage of implementation is the region with the system? And the reason I ask that is I was involved with a corporate organization some years ago that was really looking forward to all the improvements, efficiencies from a new ERP system. And implementation ended up being a nightmare, lots of growing pains and so on. Are they past all that at this time?
Based on our discussions with the region, they are, my understanding is they are past that initial break-in period where it's a big change for an organization and there's a lot of learning and opportunities to enhance the implementation and realize some of the benefits that were expected. It happens in every implementation, every organization, almost as a rule of thumb. They are past that right now and into probably more of a continuous improvement type stage of the development. There's always a change implication after an implementation for any new organization, and we would expect nothing different from the city. But given that, and this came up in one of the discussions with the region, they have already gone through a lot of this stuff, and that's a significant advantage to the city in that they can share those lessons learned. The businesses are quite similar or related in a lot of ways, so there's no reason why we can't learn from any lessons that they've learned through their implementation. And relative to a fresh implementation where someone was just dropping in PeopleSoft from another legacy system, I think the city would be much further ahead than you would typically see.
Thank you for that. And a second question, perhaps to the Director of Finance. I know a few meetings ago, we actually approved funding for you to proceed to move from the Vailtech system. This report is saying that there is some significant savings from leveraging from the region implementing that PeopleSoft. Was that all included in your estimates and forecasts when we approved funding?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The previous report that was in front of council in August was with regards to two particular modules within the city's financial system, and that's the city's tax and water billing systems. So that report approved us to move forward with another product that would allow us to separate the tax and water billings out of the city's financial system. And then this would actually put us in the position to be able to move forward with the PeopleSoft ERP system with the region, because the region doesn't have the requirement to bill for taxes and water because they are an upper tier municipality. So the previous report approved us moving forward with the tax system, and then also working with that Central Square company to develop the water billing system as an early adopter program.
Thank you for that, and I understand now the difference. So then we could expect another report from you requesting funding for this integration with PeopleSoft ERP at the region.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the implementation of the PeopleSoft, yes, there will be a further report coming forward. However, we have set aside in previous budgets $1.2 million that would be an amount that would support the pre-implementation work. And then there is also additional monies that have been included to cover the $1.5 million in the city's draft 2022 capital and four-year forecast for us to be able to move forward. So that'll be part of the capital budget discussion that is happening in a few weeks' time.
Okay, thank you both.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Okay, seeing no further questions, just is a staff report that just asked for a report to come back as well by the fourth quarter. So I'll look to the clerk to call the question. I got the mover is Councillor Phillips. Councillor Phillips, and then we'll go with Councillor Sorrento. I'll call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento?
Yes.
Councillor Cisco?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, thank you to the staff and to the consultants for the presentation today. Greatly appreciated. We now move on to 9.4, which is Community Recreation Culture Services. We do have staff present for the presentation, so there will be an opportunity if questions are required. Nora Rizvi is the culture supervisor, and she was part of the development of the report as it came forward. And so we do have two delegations prior to council discussing the report. And the first presentation is by Miss Janice Arnaldi. So if I can call Miss Janice Arnaldi to the meeting, and 5 minutes is the limit. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the Watson statue tonight. The reason I'm talking about it, I'm in favor of the statue being moved off of the front lawn of City Hall, and I have been for many years. And the reason that I'm interested is that my great-great-grandfather is quoted on the statue, Colonel A.T.H. Williams. And I was raised to be very, very proud of the long military history in my family, starting with the War of 1812, the Boer War, World War I, and World War II. And my great-great-grandfather's battalion at the capture of Louis Riel at Batoche. And as I grew older and I started to learn more and more about Indigenous racism, and now we're at a time of truth and reconciliation, I think it's really important that that statue, and particular, I understand that staff is recommending that the names be moved to plaque that's outside of City Hall with the rest of the people that we are recognizing who have served our country and are from our city. Colonel A.T.H. Williams was from Port Hope. His battalion was from Port Hope. It has absolutely zero to do with the city of St. Catharines, except Private Watson was part of that battalion, which was private. It wasn't even a Canadian government battalion, which was pretty much the case at the time. I am not proud in any way, shape, or form anymore of my ancestors' involvement at the Northwest Rebellion. I don't think it's something that we should celebrate, and I think at a time of truth and reconciliation, and just having had the Day for Truth and Reconciliation, that I hope the council will vote in favor of the staff report to move the statue off of City Hall. I have no comment on where the statue should be moved to, but I do feel it should be moved off of the front lawn at City Hall.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions of Ms. Arnaldi? Okay, seeing no questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Arnaldi, for your delegation tonight. Greatly appreciated. And next up, we have Mr. Ray Denk. Mr. Ray Denk, you're up next. Yep, there you are. Now you just disappeared again. There you are.
Okay, can you?
Yep, now we got you.
Okay. Well, that was a nice presentation, and it reflects a personal opinion regarding this issue. I'm glad to have heard the staff report regarding the budget. It seems like discretionary spending and mandatory spending on things that affect us all were differentiated, and especially with respect to the unpredictability of the models that were used. We just don't know where we're going. $100,000 seems a lot to move a statue. It may not be. My perspective on this matter, on reconciliation, comes from working in the St. Catharines shelter for 6 years, overnights. And in the course of that, I met quite a few current living Indigenous and former soldiers. Quite a bit of emphasis seems to be put on what happened 150 years ago. we have quite a few current soldiers and Indigenous people that are literally starving and freezing. If we attempt to reconciliation, I would propose that we address our resources, our financial resources, to living people. There was a previous plan 12 years ago to let this statue just deteriorate, which costs nothing, of course, freeing up the funds for actual reconciliation. We have quite a few nice words and different events which are appropriate, I think, but my direct experience, in some cases my alleged expertise was called into question. This is direct observation. The needs that I have directly observed of the Indigenous community, quite frankly, they don't fall on inanimate objects. They fall onto animate people, and I believe that we are neglecting those needs. And also, it's with respect to revisionist history. If an individual wants to forget their own family history, that's up to them. That's fine. And everybody's entitled to that. I wouldn't want to rename King Street and Queen Street because those were oppressors. I wouldn't want to name Wellington. I wouldn't want to rename St. Paul Catholic Church. I mean, we can go on and on with this. I say that instead of spending money on those types of symbolic projects, that we spend our money as a city on reconciliation that affects living, breathing people. Every winter, I saw people freeze to death. And instead of directing this much money to an inanimate object, let's direct it to living people before they become inanimate objects. That comes from my heart, and I say to my brothers, as many pats on the head and orange shirts get passed around, remember, this council, they'll tell you they like you, but they love millionaire developers, 7.5
Okay, all due respect, you're becoming very disrespectful, so I'm going to mute you now, and your conversation is done with the council today. Thank you, Mr. Dank, for that unfortunate last comment. All right, so no more further speakers are speaking tonight, and motion to receive the presentations, Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so now we'll move on to the motion on the screen that we'll have up in front of us, moved by Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Miller. And who wants to speak to this? Councillor Miller, I'll go to you first.
Thanks. We did, through you, the Mayor, have a couple questions come in by email that I thought were pretty good, and I think there was a newspaper article that I think some people maybe missed some context on some of the consultation we did with Indigenous groups. So I just wanted to, there was a question surrounding erasure, and that some of the Indigenous groups said that just moving this statue would be a form of erasure. But I think my reading of the report, and I'm looking to staff for, I guess, to confirm this, was if we were doing nothing else, we were simply removing it. I think the report actually calls for the recontextualization. So can we just, could staff touch on that and maybe respond to that misconception, if it is one?
Nora?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, let me clarify this point. So the Indigenous stakeholders felt that the complete removal of the statue, meaning its de-accessioning and its disposal, would be an erasure and an attempt to sanitize history. The Indigenous stakeholders were supportive of the relocation of the statue, but they felt whether it was left where it is or if it was relocated, that accompanying it with new interpretive materials was absolutely necessary.
Thank you for that. And just one more, I guess, question to staff, and this is a bit hypothetical, so I apologize for that. But there was a comment that the statue we know is in a delicate state. It's stated in the report that it may not survive the relocation, despite the efforts, if this motion passes, we're going to undertake. Was there a feeling, I know this wasn't one of the sort of 5 questions that was listed, but in those meetings about if we knew that the statue was not going to survive the relocation, would that have changed much of the input we got? Because the input was overwhelmingly in favor of relocating. And I'm just curious if that hypothetical, because again, that's something that was brought up today.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The condition of the statue is such that since 2009, it's been raised as an issue. So I think it's gotten to a point where a decision needs to be made about the statue, whether it's moved or de-accessioned. Those are really the choices at this point. For it to remain at City Hall and to continue to deteriorate the way it is would really not be appropriate, consider its prominent location. It's really about municipal best practices right now are really to retain and explain our monuments rather than to completely remove them. So this upper limit that's been suggested is really for us to at least agree on a strategy and move forward with it. Whether or not the monument survives its moving really has more to do with its age and its current condition. But either way, it does, even for it to be restored, it would still have to be removed from its current location.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll just make a couple quick comments because I learned last week you had to do those at the same time. I'll just say I still support, I think we made the right decision to say we wanted to relocate it, and we made the right decision to do the consultation. I think it's pretty clear from that consultation what our best option. I think retain and explain is a great way to put this. I really appreciate the presentation from Ms. Arnaldi. I think that's a very difficult thing to do, admit about your own ancestry, and sort of collectively, I think that's what we're doing now. And I don't think I really bristle at the suggestion that that's revisionist. I think what we're actually doing is better understanding our own history, and it's things that were intentionally kept in the dark for a long time that we're casting some light on. And I think of my own kids growing up in this city. I want to take them to a place where they can better understand Canadian history and our own community's role in it and in the genocide of Indigenous peoples. And hopefully the explanation will be part of that. Obviously, it's a risk to relocate the statue, but I think that's a risk that's really worth taking at this point. So certainly going to support the staff report. And I know we made an extensive list of consultations, so I thank staff for taking the time to do all that. My original entry into this was frustration at the Boer War aspect of that monument, which is, I think, another dark chapter of our own history that needs that examination. And I certainly appreciate, though, the attention the community's brought to the Watson statue as well. And I think we've learned a lot here, and I think it's going to be really beneficial moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not supportive of spending $100,000 to move it. I am supportive of having an appropriate plaque, which is, as staff referred to it, as interpretive. I think it's important that we don't erase history, that we don't sanitize history, but that we have an educational component to it as recommended by staff. And if this motion does not pass, then I would make a motion to the effect that it stay where it is, and we do apply a preventative, apply an appropriate historical plaque which has new interpretive materials. Thank you.
So the question in there, I guess, would be to Director Christie or Nora, what would the cost, because it has to be refurbished regardless, what would the cost of refurbishing the statue look like in downtown St. Catharines at City Hall? So I'll go to Director Christie or Director or Nora.
I can take a stab at this one, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So in 2009, the report that was submitted to Council identified that one of the possible routes to take in order to keep the monument in a stable condition was to remove the outer layer, to remove the stucco, and replace it. At that time, the dollar figure that was submitted to staff and council was between $75,000 and $125,000. So just please keep in mind that those are 2009 numbers. So if we were to apply inflation to that, we're probably looking at $175,000 to do that. Interestingly, though, in 2019, the latest condition assessment that we had done on the monument, it recommends that that process not be applied to the monument, as it may damage the stone underneath the stucco. So, although one conservator provided us with the information that perhaps removing the outer layer and replacing it would help, another conservator is recommending to us that we don't do that. If we were to go with, if we were to accept that at face value, then I would say to you, Mr. Mayor, that the cost to repair or at least provide the monument with some sort of a preventive approach or treatment would probably cost the city around $175,000 today.
Okay, that's important context to have. Thank you. So I'll now go to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to staff. My question is upon the relocation, if council just decide to relocate the statue to, say, Victoria Lawn, who looks after the maintenance of the already crumbling, deteriorating statue while it's at Victoria Lawn?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So those assets are part of our cultural assets, and the care of those assets would fall under the responsibility of our culture team in combination with the municipal works team who looks after the cemetery. The unfortunate part is that we're probably deficient in the amount of capital dollars that we budgeted over the years towards those assets. But to answer your question, it would be a combination of CRCS and municipal work staff.
Okay, thank you for that. There's obviously been a lot of conversation about the statue that was a topic of conversation back in 2009. In 2009, the statue was crumbling. In 2021, it's worse. It's a decision that council is going to have to deal with and make. Do we want a crumbling statue out front of City Hall? Probably not. We have a responsibility to maintain our city assets, whether they be relocated somewhere. My question here to staff is, in Niagara Falls, there's the Niagara Military Museum. In that museum, they have significant exhibits that include Black military history, Air Force, Boy Scouts, Army, Hong Kong, War of 1812, Navy, Arsenal, Artillery, and they've recently, up at Queenston Heights, they also have the creation of the Landscape of Nations, which pays tribute to our Indigenous brothers and sisters. I am wondering, through staff, through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, has there been any conversation with the Niagara Military Museum as to how this statue perhaps could be used in the museum for an educational piece? We've seen the province announce recently additional provincial funding for further Indigenous education regarding truth and reconciliation. We know it takes time, and we know education is going to be a key part of the truth part of this. So has there been any conversation with the Niagara Military Museum, who do provide a lot of educational, exhibits for students across Niagara, to perhaps have the statue located there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take a stab at this, and perhaps, Nora, if you have anything to add, please do. I have not had any conversations with the Niagara Falls team, nor the military museum regarding this, but if, we can certainly pursue that, Councillor, if that's the will of council. But I'm not sure if Ms. Risby has had those conversations.
Okay, thank you for that. I would like to add an amendment into this that would include the potential of relocating, depending on, I guess, exploring the option to have city staff work with the Niagara Military Museum. the Niagara Military Museum does have artifacts for soldiers and Indigenous, Black history from across Niagara. And I think this might be a piece that they can that could be used to educate on that conversation of truth and reconciliation. And that does highlight some of the, the horrific past that have happened. So that staff work with the Niagara Military Museum upon perhaps a relocation to that location. And I think that might be a fair exploration for this. And I will say that I am in favor of the relocation, but my concern is if it is relocated to Victoria Law and all we're faced with, maybe a few years down the road where the statue is falling apart and then it has to be restored and then we're paying, $175,000 to have it restored for the public. So this might be a better option, but I'll leave it at the hands of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. If you would prefer, if council wants to do this, we could refer this back to staff for them to be in contact with the Niagara Military Museum, or do you want to just leave it as it is? I'm willing to refer it back to staff.
Well, I think it's if we can decide today that it's not going to stay at City Hall, then the option will be for Councillor Townsend. That'll be on the table for staff to explore that option.
Fine, thank you.
Okay, I got a list. So Councillor Sorrento, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that a lot of the residents that I heard from in my ward have overwhelmingly told me to say no, with the exception of one, Mr. Mayor. And I know that this topic has created a lot of conversation recently, and I think just the topic itself has been very divisive and has caused a lot of yes and no for both sides. I don't know if it's overwhelmingly yes that are in favor of the relocation, but I think that we could also make an argument that there are a lot of people that have forcefully said no. Given the pandemic and $100,000 relocation cost, I know that I've been instructed by my people, the people that I represent and the people from whom I've heard to say no. And Mr. Mayor, when I believe some people were presenting way back when we got this report, I believe it was a professor who even said that he would be in favor of a plaque, as Councillor Kushner just mentioned, and I would be in favor of that. And of course, given the perspective today, of course, we would never condone something like this and the statue being there, but at the cost of $100,000 and what my residents have said, I say no, but I do support the plaque for an educational explanation. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. And Councillor Garcia, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe Councillor Williamson had his hand up before me.
Okay, Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Through you to Ms. Rizvi, sorry. To me, the distinctive portion of this monument would be the soldier statue portion that sits above the plinth or base. Is that the part of the statue that's most at risk in terms of deterioration and crumbling?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. The original statue was a limestone figure, and then he was covered in a kind of stucco mix, which is adhered to the statue. So underneath, there's been quite a bit of erosion. It's actually very difficult to tell what the level of deterioration really is. In the Maltby report from 2019, it was recommended that the statue be brought down and dried out for a period of a year before being reassessed to even see if it could be restored.
Okay, so just to be clear, when we're talking about removing and relocating the statue, are we talking about the entire, the base? What would it be just look at doing something with the soldier? We know that the soldier is not going to be long for the world if we don't don't intervene. So what would it be just to do that?
just to move the soldier? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
So there were estimates done to sort of disassemble the statue and move it, but just that, those costs came up to about $80,000. So this is, and that would have been to then take it into storage and dry it out for a year. So that wouldn't have been the end of the costs related to the statue. This strategy moves the statue directly to its new location, which means that we are saving the costs of drying it out, reassessing it, and then investing even further money into its restoration. It's really about moving it and bringing it to safety.
Thank you very much. So a dozen or so years ago, council made the decision, one that I supported, and that was to allow the statue to have a natural decline through just natural weathering and erosion processes. I think the fact that we chose then to not invest in it speaks to the fact that we were a little bit ahead of the game in terms of cultural sensitivity to it and its symbolism. To me, to let it fade in situ is in a lot of ways a more powerful act in terms of truth and reconciliation than to expend resources to move it and potentially elongate its existence at the cemetery. So I'm definitely in favor of adding interpretive materials, and if the soldier becomes a situation where it's a hazard or a safety issue, then will have to be removed. That's the process that I supported, and the majority of council did, I guess, back in 2009, and I'll stick with that position. I'm also concerned about the $100,000 price tag. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like previous speakers, I am also very concerned about $100,000 and what will we accomplish by spending that money. Obviously, reconciliation is most important, which is the reason I attended the event the other day that you were at. But I think, as other councillors have said, that we can accomplish a lot by having educational information, interpretive plaques, and so on, without going through that expense, which is not going to accomplish anything. And I will ask Nora, through you, we have had a number of experts look at this statue. Have any of them told us their estimate or their view as to whether that statue could survive moving at all?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Sue Maltby, the conservator who looked at the statue in 2019, did voice concerns about the statue not surviving a move because it will have to be disassembled in order to be moved.
Thank you. And so in other words, we could go through the expenditure and end up with no statue. So I support Councillor Williams' thought of, and I believe Councillor Kushner was saying something similar to, we could let it weather and make sure that we have the proper interpretation, and in the meantime, not spend that money and be able to have it for other purposes that may be more important to reconciliation than moving the statue. And I want to share with my council colleagues, I don't think Nora had joined us yet when the city staff had the discussion with the Heritage Committee, and there were two discussions with the Heritage Committee I was at, and I believe all of the volunteers at the Heritage Committee, some of whom are real experts in conservation and history, essentially felt the way myself and other councillors seem to feel, that we can accomplish a lot by providing proper educational information without moving the statue and going through that expense. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. And Nura, maybe a quick question would be, how does the Anti-Racism Committee feel about the statue?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Anti-Racism Committee has condemned the statue as a symbol of oppression. So it is in alignment with the public petition that called for the statue to be removed entirely and deaccessioned and disposed of. The total price tag to do that would be about $80,000.
Okay, thank you. Just put it in context, if we're going to talk about other committees, it's important to get the perspective of other city committees that we formed. Councillor Littleton and then Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions about the actual cost breakdown, because I know we're saying the maximum would be 100,000. Is it correct to assume that would be if it goes well and the statue actually makes it there? Because when I'm looking at this, it's saying, rigor includes crane and flatbed rental, concrete base, reinstallation of 20,000. That's assuming the entire thing makes it somewhere. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. It's really that $20,000 reinstallation cost that is for the relocation of the statue. If the statue doesn't make it, then that cost would go away. It would still be, as I said, about an $80,000 cost to remove the statue and deaccession it.
Okay, and so given, we passed the motion and then we asked for a whole bunch of stakeholders. There was extra stakeholders that were put in the motion, I remember. And it says in the report here, the majority of stakeholders, 50% support the statue's removal. A further 30 would support either keeping it or removing it, which seems it could be because of a variety of factors, I'm assuming, like cost or what have you. Only 20% oppose the removal of the monument. And I think we're hearing some of those comments, but that is the very small minority of those that we felt as a council were the stakeholders that we wanted to have consulted for this. So I think it's got to go. There's no question. I have, I'm respectful to what we're hearing, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Miller, for asking about what the Aboriginal people in our community actually said about it, because that's who I really wanted to hear from in terms of the specifics, because I'm fine if the whole thing falls apart, right? But if it does, let's say you start getting in there and it's falling apart, does something have to come back to council, or are you just gonna go with whatever's left over? I don't mean to be rude, I just don't know what the words are. Like, are you gonna go with whatever's left over and then put it over there with a plaque? Is that the idea?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there would be a number of different options at the time. We do have a deaccessioning policy that is part of our public art collection. Basically, what would happen is we would determine whether any part of the monument could be salvaged. If we wanted to remove it from our collection, it would first get offered to similar institutions or organizations such as museums. So part of the monument, for example, could be moved to the St. Catharines Museum or its grounds at that point. But if it really does fall apart and it's really not in a condition that can be kept, it would just be completely deaccessioned from our collection and disposed of.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I support the staff recommendation to move it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cisco, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will say I was interested to hear this evening that the reasoning behind not doing anything with the statue in 2009 was a sense of social responsibility. I didn't realize that there was so much forethought back in 2009 about the relationship between the community and the Indigenous communities around. I will say I find the idea that some are suggesting we leave it, don't restore it, and just let it crumble on the front lawn of City Hall to be a little bit difficult to take. That seems like a poor way to enhance the concept of reconciliation within our community, and it just seems like a bad way to deal with city assets. I think we need to take a certain pride of place in the front lawn of City Hall. And I've heard the comment about revisionist history, but this isn't revisionist history. This is a community coming to a decision at one point in time in 1886. And I think it should be pointed out, according to the newspaper articles of the day, this monument was intended to be in the cemetery. It wasn't intended for City Hall. And in the reports that I've read, it was a political push to move it to the front lawn of City Hall, and that's why it wound up there. But essentially, this is a private monument to a soldier that was repurposed for political purposes. It seems to me the community has a good understanding of that, because 80% of the community said they had no problem with it being moved. But to that point, it doesn't help the efforts we're making to follow the Truth and Reconciliation report and the calls to action within our community, and to try and heal the wounds that have been long festering in our country. I had the opportunity with you, Mr. Mayor, to sit out front one day this summer, and we watched a couple of young gentlemen, not Indigenous, but come to the steps of City Hall to put down shoes at the beginning of the summer at what was a living monument to the crimes that had been perpetrated against Indigenous communities that were being, I won't say discovered, but rediscovered by broad swaths of Canada, and Canadians coming to grips with what was going on. And it was incredibly moving. We were sitting there having a conversation, and these three young gentlemen just came up, put their shoes down, and walked away. And I think it was more poignant for me, and I can't speak for you, to see that happen, and then to look 30 yards away at something which has been described by local Indigenous communities as a symbol of oppression, as a symbol of the wrongs that were done towards Indigenous people in this country. It stands for something for so many people, and that something is negative. It is hurtful to communities, to people within our community. When they walk past it, they see something that fills them with anger, fills them with shame, fills them with dread. And we're discussing possibly just leaving it to crumble on the front lawn. I almost feel like that would be more insulting, to go back to the Indigenous communities who we've signed a memorandum of understanding with, that we're trying to work with to better empower local Indigenous members of the community to be full members within our community. It would almost be more insulting to leave it to fall down because we don't want to spend the money to try and right a wrong. I have said in the past, I think we have done a poor job in our community of maintaining some assets. We haven't spent money when it was necessary. Things become more expensive as you move forward. But in this case, I don't like spending money, and I'll be the first one to admit it. I'm the budget chair for that reason, I think, some days. But this is a valid reason to spend money. And looking at the data from the stakeholder consultations, it seems like there's fairly broad agreement within the community that this is right. So I'll be supporting the staff recommendation. I appreciate Councillor Townsend's idea to look at possible relocation to the museum or working with the Niagara Military Museum. I think that that's valid because, again, I think this was originally intended as a monument to a soldier, a private monument to a soldier. And I think there is value in that. And I agree wholeheartedly in the replacement plaques and recontextualizing this for the community to better understand what's gone on. But I think at the heart of it, when people argue, well, this is revisionist history, it's most definitely not. It's a community coming to a different conclusion 130 years later. And I think we need to respect where the community is at. And I understand the arguments that others have put forward against not relocating it. I just disagree. But I think we have to respect what the stakeholder consultations have told us, and I think we have to make a decision here to try and, if not right the wrongs of the past, to at least start to atone for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cisco. So in terms of the decision that has to be made, it isn't, and I think Councillor Cisco has talked about the fact that if there's a decision to leave it there, we can't just let it crumble. There's issues around safety, and so there is the cost equation, I think, needs to be considered as you make your decision, because to simply say we're going to leave a structure on City Hall property and allow it to fall down, there's risks associated with that. It is a larger structure, so there's going to be costs. It's not going to be a zero-sum game. So this idea that the 100,000 is the threshold has to be brought into the context of if we vote in a different way, there still has to be a dollar figure attached to it. And as we heard from Director Christie, 150, 200,000 will have to be put into the budget to ensure that the structure of the statute doesn't fall into such disrepair it causes a potential harm for people around it. Councillor Porter, since you made the motion, you can speak last.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the comments and the dialogue and the discussion from my colleagues. And I also appreciate the time taken by staff and the stakeholder organizations to discuss the statute. And that in itself was a process, a reconciliation process. Just talking about it, having it out in the newspaper and getting us to examine our history. I want to start by saying there are a lot of arguments for removing the statute, and if we do just leave it to crumble, sounds like it's going to cost $80,000 to move a crumbling statue anyway and dispose of it. So we're not talking about a big difference. And for me, leaving it to crumble is not really what our stakeholders had brought back to us, and I think it's irresponsible. There are 9 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation report that relate to municipalities, and I think the City of St. Catharines has done a good job on Truth and Reconciliation and with our Memorandum of Understanding, but Truth and Reconciliation goes beyond that, and it goes beyond events, and we have to make sometimes politically difficult decisions. This is Truth and Reconciliation. And number 47, where it says, we call upon the federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to repudiate concepts used to justify European sovereignty over Indigenous peoples and lands, such as the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius. And for me, the Watson Monument is a symbol of European sovereignty and dominance. The Métis lost land after the Battle of Batoche. They were supposed to get it all back through the Manitoba Act. There were specific promises, but using interpretations of clauses in that, Canada successfully prevented many Métis people from land holdings in the settlement from being retained by their owners. The Watson statue for me is a symbol of that, and it's something that we have to reckon with. It also, in my mind, has little to do with the City of St. Catharines and its residents. So reconciliation for me is learning about Indigenous history, recognizing intergenerational impacts of colonization, attempts at assimilation and cultural genocide. It's about acknowledging the past and ensuring that history doesn't repeat itself. And I think our responsibility as a councillor is to make sure that our decision-making, our policies, our communications send certain messages, and we want to make sure we're sending the right messages, and we want to make sure that we're not teaching people that we only value and uphold some people in our society and not others, and the statue is a symbol of that. So I support the staff recommendation of moving it to Victoria Lawn Cemetery. It's initially where it was supposed to go. I think this whole process has been respectful of the Indigenous community and of the settler community to have this meaningful conversation. And the idea to move it to the Victoria Lawn Cemetery is a great idea. I do hope, we could try the Niagara Military Museum, but I don't want this to come back to council. So if there's a way to change part of Councillor Townsend's amendment to say the staff will reach out, but if that fails, then we proceed as recommended in the staff report.
I think that's the intent of that.
Correct, and I was going to jump in to that point, Councillor Porter. It would be to see if the Niagara Military Museum could use and would add it to their collection, and if not, we would go to the alternative.
Okay, thank you. So, and then I want to say, we do begin our land acknowledgements by reminding ourselves that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people, which is a nice way of saying that we live a great life because we are on stolen land. The Watson Monument represents the Battle of Batoche. It represents a loss of land for the Métis people, and I think this whole process of consulting with the community, having a discussion around removing it, was a great step in truth and reconciliation, and now removing it and putting it up wherever it needs to go, whether it's the cemetery or the museum, and being recontextualized, that's the next step. And I think that as a council, we need to take that next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Okay.
Just a point of order, just the first clause mentions specifically relocation to Victoria Lawn. Can we just take out to the Victoria Lawn Cemetery? Because it's addressed then in the second clause.
Correct. Does that count? Does that work, Councillor?
No, I would, sorry, I don't know what. I wouldn't take out the whole thing. Sorry, I mean literally just take out to the Victoria Lawn Cemetery. Leave relocation because we're either to the museum or the thing or to the cemetery as addressed in the second part. So the first clause would read, the council approved the removal of the private Watson Monument from City Hall and its relocation resulting from the stakeholder consultation process.
You good on that, Councillor Miller? Okay. So again, I can't add more to what has been discussed except for before you cast your vote, ask yourself what kind of city hall are you wanting for our future. I've spent a lot of time with Indigenous people in our community over the last little while. They talk about 7 generations. When they talk about 7 generations, they're talking about 7 generations forward. And when you think of that time horizon, it's not just 5 years, it's decades. But that 7 generations is the process of healing from generations of treatment by government. And in this situation, we have an opportunity to create a city hall that's welcoming to everybody. So what essentially happens is the movement of the monument to Victoria Lawn Cemetery allows us to repurpose our city hall and create a city hall that's welcoming to everybody. And that's, I think, one of the most important parts of this decision is it allows us to re-image City Hall based on who we are today, not who we were in 1886. And that's what I want to do for my kids, and that's what I want to do for the Indigenous kids in our community, because it allows our kids to start the process of reconciliation, allows them to teach their kids about what inclusivity, about what the history was experienced by other people. And don't forget, the government would like to call it a rebellion, but it was a resistance. Because just like the Ukrainians who were fighting to keep their lands from Russia, just like the Polish who were trying to keep their lands from the Germans, just like all the other countries where people were trying to keep their land, the Métis were trying to keep their land that was being taken away. And that's what the battle stands for. And so as we move forward, the question is, what kind of city hall do we want? And what kind of city hall do we want for the people of the next 7 generations, not the past 7 generations, but the next 7 generations. So I will just say that the staff have done this in a very respectful way. We've seen examples across Canada where statues have been torn down. This has been a very respectful process. And the respect that will be shown to the monument, if it were to be moved to Victoria Lawn or to the Military Museum, is an important part of that contextualization of history. And at the same time, it allows us to re-image that location as a welcoming place for all peoples. And that's something that I hope we'll do as a council together. And $100,000. So I stood on the steps of City Hall today They estimate 3,000 Indigenous children were killed during the residential schools. You take that 3,000 and then you add in they could never become mothers, they could never become grandmothers, they could never become sisters, and you'd look at that number, that $100,000 to recontextualize our community in a more appropriate, forward-thinking way is peanuts compared to the lives that were lost in the residential school systems and as a result of government oppression. So putting a dollar amount on some of this stuff is a very tricky thing to do. So I'll call the question to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Lost on a tie.
Okay, so I'll look to the clerk because this now means there's a vote of reconsideration because we voted to relocate it. So now there has to be a reconsideration vote to leave it in its current location. So can you explain how that'll go?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in July, Council voted you voted unanimously to relocate the statue in July. And so in order to reconsider, I'll need a motion to reconsider. I'll need a mover and a seconder, and anyone can do it because you all voted unanimously to remove the statue. So
Okay, who wants to make that motion to reconsider? Then we'll have a vote on that one. Councillor Kushner, would you like to make a motion to reconsider?
No, my understanding is if we don't do any other further motions, it stays as is.
I'll look to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion in July stated relocation and for staff to consult. So at this point, the motion's lost. So if it's about your motion to leave it, I believe you asked that a motion come forward to leave the statue in place with plaques.
Well, if I make no motion, what happens?
There will be no direction.
Which means it stays as is.
With no plaques or no other information there, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, I would therefore make a motion that an appropriate plaque be implemented as suggested by staff.
Sorry, point of order, we voted to move it, so it's moving unless we reconsider it.
Correct. So does anyone want to make a motion to reconsider that motion of relocation? That's interesting.
Point of order. Can someone just explain again, please, what is the process here?
I'll look to the clerk.
In July, you voted to relocate. The motion tonight was to bring back a strategy to relocate. Staff brought that back. The strategy to relocate has lost, and the dollars that go with that strategy has lost.
All right. So, anyone want to reconsider that?
I'll put a motion forward to just move it to the Niagara History Museum with $100,000 if that's a separate motion. Because we need to move it somewhere unless someone's reconsidering moving it at all. And the option that was the overwhelming favorite, I think, just said no to.
Yeah. So no one wants to move a motion, even though they voted not to relocate it. No one wants to move a motion to reconsider that, eh? That's great. Anyone? Wow.
I guess I'll move actually to refer this back to staff for more relocation options, and maybe we can get Councillor Harris to come to that meeting.
Yeah, We could look, I don't know how many other cemeteries do we have. The irony is he's buried at Victoria Lawn. Like I'm stunned. I am. This is a stunning evening because there's no plan B. You just leave it there, but you have to have a reconsideration. So put it on the floor, Councillor Kushner, see what happens to it.
Mr. Mayor, why are you personalizing this by asking me to reconsider?
I'm not personalizing. Someone needs to put it on the floor. You're the one who said that you wanted to keep it there, so do a reconsideration motion. Got to do something.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have a motion. Do you have the motion that was provided earlier? If this motion lost?
That was submitted by Councillor Kushner. That's why, Councillor Kushner, I'm asking you because you submitted a motion.
Yes, and I'm not making it formally, Mr. Mayor.
You're not making it formally?
You indicated that would be a reconsideration, so I know where that would be going. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess we could refer this back to staff for some kind of report. Since we're at a loggerheads, I guess. Councillor Sorrento.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask a procedural question about Councillor Kushner's amendment or motion, and through you to the clerk. If this were to be moved onto the floor, tabled, would this only deal with the historical plaque, no relocation, no nothing else, just specifically to put up the historical plaque?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe you'd have to ask Councillor Kushner that, but I believe that's what you're saying. Is that correct, Councillor Kushner? A plaque be added?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and bear with me, please, okay, because I know this is emotional, and I just want to make sure I get it right. So, and Mr. Mayor, through you to the city clerk, so if I put that on the floor, this is specifically only to add the plaque as we had, I think some of us had agreed, and nothing else. So there's not going to be any relocation of the statue. It's going to stay there. We're going to have an educational plaque. I'm sorry.
You still need a relocation, though. Like you still need a reconsideration.
You still need the reconsideration.
So we would still need the reconsideration. Okay, I'm just trying to get there, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to get there.
You could put a reconsideration motion on the floor.
Oh, yeah, but I just need some clarification. Okay, so again, and Mr. Mayor, through you to the clerk. So nothing to do with relocating it, nothing to do with rehabilitating, strictly to just, if I move it onto the floor, it would be just to add the plaque, correct? And nothing else. But like we put it back on the floor, sorry, I just got to be clear because I want to do the right thing here in my mind because I had agreed to that I said it. I don't mind keeping the statue there and having an educational component to it. So if I do put it out there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to the councillor, I believe that's what this motion says. I think staff are saying that the statue would need to be rehabilitated. Now, I would look to the CAO to confirm that.
So here's the confusion, Council. As I understand it, and the motion that was approved previously was to relocate, subject to consultation with the various stakeholders that were identified. The challenge we run into now is the motion, the staff recommendation that provided more information on the relocation based on the consultation lost. So we're stuck in a situation where we have council direction to relocate, but we don't have council direction as to where. And by bringing forward the motion on the plaque, the relocation still has to happen, but now we don't have the ability to relocate because of the dollars haven't been approved. So my suggestion at this point, and I don't know, we can take a 5-minute break just to confer, but we may have to come back to council with some additional information because we're going to chase our tails a little bit if we try to do this on the fly. So I would request a 5-minute recess, Mr. Mayor, if that's doable.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so everyone gets to
Thank
go
you.
do your, but put your mask on if you have to go anywhere. Okay, I'll go to the CAO.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
I've got the CAO. I just want to have a clarification coming out of the recess, so then we'll go to you, Councillor.
Okay, I believe you need to go to my point of order first, but I'll wait.
We're coming out of recess and I had a discussion with the CAO, so just want to get his comments on the floor, then we'll go to you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the situation we're in is staff needs some direction. And the conundrum we're in is we had a motion that gave us some direction, and then we have a conflicting motion tonight. So we need some level of direction. Mr. Christie had provided, some costs to do, if we did not move the statue, we have to do some type of, whether it be rehabilitation or support from a safety standpoint. But I would like Mr. Christie just to be able to provide that and then open it back up to council to provide staff something.
Director Christie?
Thanks, Mr. Oakes, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to remind council that the conservator that the city engaged in 2019, in the report provided to the city, Maltby and Associates identified that there is really no other way to keep the monument in a safe way without having to assess it, and that would include removal from the grounds so that we could dry it out and then really take an extensive look at what possible damage may exist underneath the outer layers. If it is the decision to keep it, it is staff's recommendation that at the very least we look at what mitigating processes may be out there that we could consider because of the current state of that monument. So I just want to reiterate to council. So Maltby and Associates in 2019 did say to us that the only, and I quote, "The only way to determine if the coating can be removed safely is through testing. I recommend that the monument sit indoors in a secured heated space for a minimum of 1 year to allow it to fully dry out before any testing takes place. After a year, the monument's condition could be readdressed and safe removal of the coating tested." And I only say that because if that is the will of council to keep it in its place, I think that council has a responsibility to the collection, to the public, to keep it in a condition where it's not going to cause any damage or God forbid, any harm. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Director Christie. Councillor Garcia. And again,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like some clarification from the clerk. During the recess, I looked at the report and I looked at the previous motion we passed, and I don't see a definitive direction to relocate there. And I don't believe because of that this is a reconsideration. It says, "Be it resolved that staff be directed to consult with the following groups on the relocation." It doesn't say that we will relocate. And then at the end it says, "Be it further resolved that staff be directed to report back on this consultation with the relocation strategy and include options and costs for possible relocation." Possible. It doesn't say that we're going to relocate. So I would argue that this is not a reconsideration and that Councilor Coaster or anybody else.
I'll ask the clerk to weigh in.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I read the same thing, Councillor. Thank you for bringing it forward. But I did watch the video. I went back and also watched and took notes. And I had the deputies both watch and take notes. And it was definitely the intent of council to relocate that night. In fact, you, Councillor Garcia, requested that instead of relocation, you asked for, I believe, a contrary motion, and Councillor Porter, whose motion it was, said, no, we've got to make a decision to relocate it. And it was very, very much the intent that evening if you go back to the actual stream, which is what we did. And that's what I'm going on, is what the intent of council was. Now,
Thank you for that.
that's mine. That's how I saw it, Councillor.
Okay, just a further question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk. Does the procedural bylaw says that we interpret the intent of council, or that we go by the motion that was passed and what's in the minutes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I went on both.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson, do you have a clarification before we deal with this matter?
Well, yeah, to add to that, I don't understand why the report that we're voting on tonight says that council approved the removal. If in fact we'd already approved it, why would we be doing it again? It should say, since council, if that was the case, that was the interpretation, then this recommendation would read a whole lot different. It would already assume that we've made that decision, and it doesn't do that. It puts the approval in this motion.
So the previous one didn't have the location as the chosen location, so there was different options. One would have been to store it, one could have been to the museum. So staff were asked to go away and look at the best location in addition to consulting. So that's why this motion is written as the definitive of the location and including the cost. There was no cost in the first motion.
I disagree. The first sentence says the council approved the removal of the private Watson Memorial, and then you go back to the consultation questions, and the consultation questions say the same thing. They say, what is your opinion of private Watson Memorial monument either being removed or staying at City Hall? Is the monument, if the monument is relocated, where does it go? So the wording, the implication clearly is that we're making a decision on whether it's relocated tonight.
So I'll go, I'm going to look to Director Christie just quickly on the consultation piece, because I think that's an important one that Councillor Williamson's bringing up. And the intent, if you will, Director Christie, in what you were having in those discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The intent during those consultations was to get the stakeholders' opinions on the eventual resting place of Private Watson. And so we went into those conversations, to those meetings with the stakeholders, having very frank discussions, and yes, asking them those 5 or so questions, as you see as part of the report. But it was really to get their opinion as to, you know, the eventual resting place of Private Watson. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer, so there was much work done on this file by our team over several months, and I hope that the decision that council tonight does not devalue any future public consultations that our team or the rest of St. Catharines, City of St. Catharines team is asked to do, because the results of the consultation were loud and clear to us, and that's why we brought the results of the consultation back to council this evening.
In addition to that, the 800 people on the petition. Councillor, I think Councillor Porter and then Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, if you'll permit me, the original motion was to remove the statue and then to ask staff to come up with a relocation strategy, and we did ask for consultations. Staff came back, I believe in the summer, with a relocation strategy. They were going to move it off-site into storage and then do the consultations, which was the original intent of the motion, was to move it first, move it off-site, and then do the consultations about what to do with it. That was the original motion. I just want to remind council that that's what we had all agreed upon and decided upon. So a request for a reconsideration is not out of line. I do think it's, I'm asking council if that's changed, if your mind has changed, it is appropriate to come back with a reconsideration and figure out what you would like to do. We're not asking you to do anything wild by asking for a reconsideration. This is the third time this has been at council. Staff have done a lot of work, and we did the appropriate consultations that council directed staff to do. I just want to remind everybody of that. That was the history of this motion and all of the steps taken. The first motion was to remove it and then do the consultations. Council decided, no, we want the consultations first, then we'll decide what to do with it. That was the chain of events. Thank you.
Okay, as the mover of the motion, thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. To Director Christie, if this council at some point decides that the monument should be moved, say to Victoria Lawn or wherever, is it still the intent to take it down, store it for a year, and restore it so that it will last? Or are we just going to move it in the condition it is in, put it on a monument there, and see how long it lasts?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation of this report is the latter of what you just described. We would relocate it to the VLC, and no further restorative efforts will be made to bring it to its original condition. So certainly when it's, as Ms. Risby indicated earlier, when it is reinstalled, reattached, if you will, efforts will be made to do so, and obviously to make sure that, you know, it's going to be in one piece and in place, but no further restoration efforts will be made to bring it to its original condition.
Has there been any indication given to you, whether it be by the consultant or any of your staff, of the chances of the statue even surviving the move and the reconstruction? Do we have, you know, very slim chance that's going to happen, or a good chance it's going to happen?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if anybody here, Councillor, can answer that question. I think that, you know, the recommendation from the consultant, from the conservator, is that a team of experts are needed to do this. You know, folks that do this for a living, do this all the time, and they will make every effort to move the monument in the best possible way, to maintain, you know, its integrity, its structure, its relevance, and all of that. So I don't know if that's something that any one of us here, Ms. Risby or I, could answer for you this evening.
But it wasn't considered storing it, drying it out, reconditioning it, and then moving it after that?
That is correct. That was not considered for this report, yes.
Thank you.
So that being said, if it was the will of council to move to store it, to allow for a proper analysis of it after a year, would that be a new motion, or would that be a reconsideration? Because technically you're still relocating it for a period of time to do a proper assessment on it. And then at that point in time, if it's beyond repair or if it's repairable, council can make a decision as to its final location. So I'm looking at the clerk for that.
That was I thought that was a staff motion in the summertime, was to move it off into storage.
I believe that one, by moving it, relocating it to even storage, is sticking to really the relocation motion, so it's not really a reconsideration. A reconsideration is when you're doing something different than the original motion, which I believe was to relocate.
So if you want a motion to move it to storage, we'll allocate an appropriate amount for a period of time. Councillor Phillips?
My concern is it would stand no chance of coming back, but there's also the chance of it being restored. If we're going to be told that it's going to disintegrate within a matter of years, regardless of where it is, and it's a dangerous situation, but
Mr. Mayor, may I say something?
I don't know.
Director Christie, before?
It's a difficult one to answer, because I don't want to have the preconceived notion that just because we're going to take it down and store it and dry it out, and we're going to have to recondition it if we're going to put it up here again. But to me, if we're going to put it in the cemetery, it should be reconditioned too. We shouldn't just be moving it just to let the thing rot. We should be paying money for it to recondition it, because we're just giving it up. If we just say, okay, let's get it out of here, let's move it to the cemetery, let it deteriorate, and it's gone. That's not the right thing to do either.
Okay.
So to me, it should be reconditioned regardless of where it's going to end up. So
Okay.
I would say that, yes, I would consider that.
Okay, before we have that on the floor, Director Christie, you had a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Councilor Porter is correct. So when we came to council during the summer, the original motion was to remove it from City Hall and put it in storage. And we had asked council for a budget with an upset limit of around $80,000. That was not approved, and here we are today. So what Councilor Phillips is describing, though, is back to that original motion for us to store it and then to apply more financial resources to the monument in order to restore it further or back to close to its original state. And a lot of the discussion earlier this evening was pointing towards why would we spend $100,000 on the statue or the monument, but now I think we're spending more than $100,000.
But we're not sure exactly. We haven't got an estimate from anybody. As to, maybe that would be a go forward to find out exactly how much it is going to cost to restore it.
Okay, so I'm going to leave you with that thought. Councillor Kushner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the problems we're having is with the cost figures. We're told that if we move it and place it in the cemetery, it's going to cost $100,000. But if we leave it here and it deteriorates, it's going to cost us $80,000. Well, I would submit if we move it to the cemetery, that's going to cost us $100,000. But then if we have to remove it, as we would at City Hall, that'll cost another $80,000. So if we move it there and we let it deteriorate, it's going to cost us $180,000.
So I know you're trying to do math on the fly here, but I don't think the math adds up. So
okay, would you explain to me why the math does not add up?
Okay,
I'll say it again. If we leave it here and it deteriorates, it'll cost $80,000 to remove it. But if we move it to the cemetery, it's going to cost us $100,000. But then in 2 years, whatever, if it deteriorates, we might have to remove it. So that's going to cost the $80,000 that would cost here to remove it. So $180,000.
Again, I think where you're incorrect, Councillor, is that when it's moved to Victoria Lawn and it disintegrates in situ. So it's not moved again. It's left there in situ. So I'll go to either Director Christie or Nura to explain that one.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so as was described when the Maltby report was brought forward, to remove in terms of the budget costing that's shown in this report, most of these numbers came from that report. So it would still require a conservation consultant, a rigger, monument builders. Most of this budget, about $80,000 of this budget, would be required to remove the statue and to put it into storage for a year. That there's an $80,000 price tag on that. This $100,000 price tag that allows the reinstallation of the monument in Victoria Lawn Cemetery. It includes preventive maintenance, so not restoring it or trying to reverse any damage, but restoring it to a state of safety. The report does talk about sort of more preventive maintenance that may be required in the future, but the idea is for the monument to remain at Victoria Lawn Cemetery for the rest of its life, and that could be a very, very long time if we continue to apply preventive maintenance to it.
But why can we not do the same at City Hall? See,
That wasn't the will of council. So if you want that to be the will of council, you just have to do a reconsideration motion, and then you could talk about investing in the statue at City Hall.
Okay, but the fact is, Mr. Mayor, I'm not convinced of the cost figures that we're getting. I don't know why costs so little to let it deteriorate there compared to City Hall. We're not going to leave rubble there. If it's unsafe here, it would be unsafe there. So I don't understand the cost figures, I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay, Councillor Sorrento.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask a procedural question. If you'll be kind enough to remind me, either you, Mayor Senzik, or City Clerk. We decided to take a break, and we were going to come back in because this motion is still tabled, and it still belongs, it's still on the floor, so it still belongs to us before.
It's not tabled.
Sorry?
It's not
Okay.
tabled.
Not this one. Were we not coming back for a reconsideration? We were going to take a 5-minute hiatus, and then we were going to collaborate. We were going to come up with an idea, and then I think I was going to move the reconsideration for the strict purposes of what we had discussed prior to the break, Mr. Mayor, and that was to put it on the floor so that I could support, which I stated that I agreed with, having a plaque next to a deteriorating statue. So I'm still willing to move that reconsideration for a couple of reasons, Mr. Mayor, because number one, I went on record and I did say that I would support that, to have an educational plaque or a historical plaque next to the deteriorating statue. But then during the break, I found out, it's like, okay, why are we going to put up this plaque next to a deteriorating statue? Now, perhaps the best way I can sum this up, Mr. Mayor, and I think to be true to myself, I have to move that reconsideration because I referenced the professor who said that there should be an educational plaque, but my colleague from Port Dalhousie, Councillor Williamson, said maybe that statue needs to have a natural demise because it has already come in front of council, and I believe it was 2009, and the council of the day said no. So I can live with putting the reconsideration motion on there, and if it should be the will of my independent, free-thinking, highly respectful, highly considerate colleagues, I'm not being smart, I'm emphasizing it, that one should say, you know what, let's get that plaque up there so that we can say from today's perspective that we do not agree with this, and that we as a council are saying, yes, we acknowledge that that's not what we wanted to do, but rather than have nothing and have the loss, we get the plaque. So that being said, I'll move that reconsideration.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for the reconsideration. And I'll look to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you need a seconder, and it's not debatable.
So a seconder on the reconsideration. Anyone? Councillor Dodge?
So, and I don't want to debate it, but I just need to be clear on the process. If we do a reconsideration, how does it work? So we do a reconsideration and it loses, what happens?
So I'm not sure what we're reconsidering. Are we reconsidering the motion that council just voted on, or are we reconsidering the motion that Councillor Kushner has not put on the floor yet?
Well, I don't think we can reconsider a motion that's not on the floor, right?
That's exactly what I just said, yes.
Okay, so if we're reconsidering the first motion that lost to a tie.
No. We're reconsidering the relocation motion that Councillor Porter made in the summertime that we unanimously approved. So what we're doing on that one is we're reconsidering whether or not we want to relocate it or not. So it's not the motion that we just discussed, it was the motion previous from the summertime that triggered the staff report.
Okay, so still I need further clarification. So if we reconsider it and it loses, what happens?
If the reconsideration motion loses, because you need 8 to reconsider,
okay,
then nothing's happening.
Nothing at all happens.
No. Or we can go with Councillor Phillips' motion, which is to allocate funds to remove it, move it into storage, allow it to dry for a year, and figure out, is it even rehabilitatable, if that's a word? It's the only other option you have. So Councillor Phillips, is that the motion you would like to put on the floor?
Mr. Mayor, point of order, I'm getting lost. I thought, please forgive me, I'm totally lost, not totally lost. I thought, and I needed a clarification, and sorry to Councillor Kushner, because his hand was up first. I thought that when I moved the reconsideration, but I put it on the floor, that we were going to be considering this right here. And then there was reference to, forgive me, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk, that you said that I need some help tonight. So that what I'm reconsidering, what I'm moving is the reconsideration that Councillor Porter put on back in July. That was not my intention. My intention was to move this reconsideration so that I get Councillor Kushner's plaque on the floor. So this is, I'm getting confused.
So it's not, you're on the right path.
I'm trying.
And what it is we're reconsidering the decision of council in July that directed staff to the relocation strategy. So now what we're saying is we want to reconsider that to allow it to stay at City Hall as per Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's what we're reconsidering, to stay at City Hall and have the plaque. This is what's on the floor?
So if you have a seconder for the reconsideration.
I'm good for it.
I'm looking for a seconder. And if I was a good auctioneer, I'd be saying going once, going twice, and I do have a gavel. So no reconsideration motion on the floor. Now I'll look to Councillor Phillips for, okay, repeatedly.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question of clarification. If we think the statute has 1 or 2 years, I think to end the controversy, we should leave it there for 2 years and then take it down, period.
Okay.
Well, we're all lost, Mr. Mayor, with due respect.
Okay. So, while I appreciate your efforts, Councillor Kushner, I think what we're hearing from half of council is that there's at least a need to look at the potential of the restoration, whether it's located here or at the cemetery. And if that's the will, then at least we could provide staff with direction for the conservationist to remove it, store it, and then look at it. If not, then we have to go back to the original motion of reconsideration. And that, you don't got a seconder. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Just a question. Does the motion right now have to be put on the floor by the opposing?
No.
It can be put on the floor by anyone right now.
Anyone.
So if I put a motion on the floor that that council work with the Niagara War Museum to relocate the statue there, can I do that?
You could, like, it just means coming back to council with a, if they say no, what happens if, like, so.
But if they say yes.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, sorry, point of order. So I have no seconder and mine is dead?
Yes.
Thank you.
No one wants on to second the reconsideration. So, we can provide direction to staff to connect with the Niagara Military Museum to see if they'd be interested in having the statue at their location, but that's about all we can do. If they say no, then we're back to square one. So,
just point of order on that then. If they say yes to accepting our crumbling statue and making it their problem, we would need to reconsider relocation funds because we just voted against those. Okay, cool.
That was my original reference when you told me to wait, right? Yeah.
okay, so direction to staff for director from the CAO to work with his staff to reach out to the Niagara Military Museum, come back to the next meeting of council, if possible, with further direction, and we can deal with it at that point in time.
Clarification, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I thought Councillor Phillips' motion was up first. Mine was, and I know Councillor Phillips put one up, so I just trying to get clarity.
I'll withdraw that because I think the suggestion of talking with the Military Museum, as was mentioned by Councillor Townsend, I think is worthwhile, because that's where an educational component is probably going to be best served. If we have to move it, a museum would be the place to go.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask a procedural question through you to the clerk. Was I correct because Councillor Phillips' motion was up first before Councillor Townsend? Would that be correct procedurally?
Procedurally, I don't believe any motion came to the floor except when Councillor Townsend just did it now. Neither Councillor, at least what I heard, neither Councillor Phillips nor Kushner had a motion they actually placed on the floor.
So, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk, what was the reconsideration? That was not a motion. That was a reconsideration.
That was a notice for reconsideration. However, a notice to reconsideration. Could I ask you to turn your mic off? We're getting a lot of kickback. Thank you. Notice of reconsideration requires a seconder. It's non-debatable. The mayor called for a seconder. You got no seconder. So the motion is dead.
Okay, 10.1, tree planting along MTO properties. Councillor Miller, you want to take a run through that?
Wait, did we vote on?
Oh, it was direction to staff. Direction to staff. Show of hands, direction to staff, sorry. Show of hands, we're not going to do a recorded vote unless people actually want to vote. Okay, it looks like I don't know, Councillor Garcia, did you vote? Okay, Councillor Williamson, did you vote on that? Okay, so you must have opposed, okay. All right. Okay, tree planting along MTO property. Councillor Miller, you want to take a run at that one?
Yeah, I'll read through this. I don't want to make the mistake of thinking anyone's read it ahead of time. So the motion reads, whereas many residential properties in St. Catharines border MTO property near highways, and whereas residents are responsible for graffiti removal and infraction on their fences abutting MTO and highway land, despite the portion of their property being practically inaccessible to the owner. And whereas the City of St. Catharines is committed to mitigating climate change and improving the overall tree canopy in St. Catharines, therefore be it resolved that city staff approach the MTO to endorse and materially support tree planting along these rear fences, and I guess any fences, I should amend that to say, to not only discourage graffiti tagging, but also increase the number of trees within St. Catharines. So just really briefly, I had an incident where a resident did get a bylaw infraction for this, and they didn't even know that the graffiti was on their back fence. Other cities like Thorold have planted trees, and I should say not just trees, but brush as well in front of these in order to discourage, one, the accessibility of tagging graffiti on there, and two, obviously the visibility, which would make them less attractive sites. Of course, this is an MTO land, so we would have to work with them. And I think by materially support, I'm suggesting that we offer them the trees for planting, as we might require mature trees, as this would be something immediate that maybe saplings wouldn't have the same impact of discouraging.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. Seconded by Councillor Littleton. I don't see a lot of debate on this one. Councillor Porter?
Can I just ask staff, I've tried to ask for tree planting along the QEW on Mohawk Drive and other places, and it's a little bit of a difficulty, I think, because it's MTO land, so could we try to just include that as well? Just not just the rear fences, but it's also the strips of land along the QEW where there's residential across the street, to reach out, and I don't know if we need to amend that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think just all abutting property is with highways is where applicable is fine.
Okay. Councillor Phillips?
Just as a suggestion to Councillor Miller, TD Evergreen seemed to have quite a bit of money to direct towards tree planting. We did 500 trees in Walker's Creek this Saturday, and great results, and did it in an hour and a half with 57 residents. I know you were there, Mr. Mayor, and it was very successful. So TD Evergreen are always a big help.
Yeah, I think that's good direction to staff to reach out as part of this, I think.
Okay, thank you. Look to the clerk to call a question. Oh, Councillor Dodge.
I was just going to maybe suggest that they consider as well, not just trees, but maybe if there's places where trees aren't a possibility, maybe some climbing vines or just other species that could provide the same type of thing in areas that might not be conducive to having a tree planted there. I don't know if that's friendly, but.
Yeah, that's a good point. I should have been less specific. Shrubbery maybe would have been fauna or flora, I guess, in this case. I'm not a Latin major. Flora would have been more appropriate. And I'll leave it up to staff because I'm not a horticulturalist either as to which particular flora, but that's a good point by Councillor Dodge.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. So I'll look to the question to call the clerk call a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, 10.2, I think we're back to you, Councillor Miller.
Yep. So October is Disability Employment Awareness Month. Approximately 22% of Canadians identify as having a disability. The actual number is probably much higher due to the stigma around identifying as having a disability. Many of these disabilities are invisible. For example, chronic pain, chronic fatigue, multiple sclerosis, deafness, or hearing loss, and other neurological conditions. We've made great strides through AODA to improve accessibility to our buildings and our services. What I'm asking Council is that we recognize Disability Employment Awareness Month, remain committed to improving accessibility, and that the sort of go forward is to work with the Accessibility Advisory Committee on some options for improving accessibility for those with invisible disabilities. Some other municipalities have identification options like lanyards available at buildings. I also mentioned specifically closed captioning on live streams. I know this is something that's happened a lot. It might be difficult, it might be cost prohibitive, but I think it's important that we have those options. And I think some of our committee meetings aren't closed captioned still. So just giving Council the ability to vote on this and have some options for it. I can speak personally as someone who does have an invisible disability. Probably most people don't know that, but I wear hearing aids. It is sometimes very difficult to access services. It is always difficult due to stigma to identify as needing maybe extra help or different help. And I think anything we can do as a city, this is a great opportunity with less public coming into our buildings and accessing services during COVID-19 to take another look at this. So thank you, and I believe Councillor Cisco is going to second.
All right, Councillor Cisco, any questions on this one? Thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Miller, and look to the clerk to call a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, notice is a motion. Do we have notices of motion today, Councillor Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am just providing a notice of intent to bring forward a motion regarding the Port Weller East employment lands for next meeting.
Okay.
Further information will be coming later.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia, moving something to the capital budget meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that funds for replacing the public stairs and access to Lake Ontario at or near Macefield Avenue, which was removed early this year as part of a shoreline protection project, be allocated in the 2022 capital budget. And I'll have more background for the meeting. There was a report, a consultant's report that I requested a motion back in July last year, and that had just come back. I've been consulting with Director Martushu, and he will have more information, as well as I'll give some of the background of what happened there and what needs to happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other notice of motion? Okay, seeing none, we have committee and task force minutes to receive the advisory committees of council. I have a motion, Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Littleton. All in favor of the receiving and filing the minutes? That's carried. Okay, so we're going to go on to closed session now, so that pretty much ends the remainder of the meeting for the public. We will come out of council just to do the bylaws, I believe, and that'll be it. So we're going into council for personnel matters about identifiable individual, including municipal, local board employees, regarding organizational alignment and connectivity with corporate priorities. By attending the closed session, each member acknowledges that their obligations and their code of conduct, including responsibilities related to the confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same as if they were physically present. So we are here today. This includes members that are not permitted to record the proceedings and must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place. So with that, we will have our staff council coordinator be exiting. He will be going over to the atrium to wait for our deliberations, as well as the videos will be turned off, save and except for the Zoom video, which includes the other councillors. So I need a motion to move into closed session as the reasons noted above. Councillor Littleton, seconded by Councillor Sorrento. All in favor of going in camera? That is carried. We'll just allow for a few minutes for the council coordinator to exit. And so if you do have to take a quick break, please feel free to do so. We want to be through this next session, hopefully in the next 20 minutes to a half hour if possible. Yeah, it's no problem. Okay, ready to go. Bonnie, just to the clerk, the second point on this one, because it's within the, do we include that?
Yeah. Open session, yeah, it has to be.
Okay, so we're including that. So the report's up there, and we have a mover of Councillor Miller and Councillor Kushner, and I'll call the question on this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia. Councillor Garcia.
Councillor Garcia, you're unmuted. Can you?
I can't hear anything.
Oh.
All right. Evan, you want to?
Do I need to hit open all rooms? Okay, he said sorry. He's putting.
Put your thumb up if you're in favor. Thumbs up. I got one. Councillor, and I got
Okay.
finger up. Okay.
Okay, Councillor. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco is not here. Councillor Sorrento? Yes. Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, reading of bylaws. Bylaws be listed on council agenda A through E, be read a first time, considered and passed. They be signed and executed by the mayor and the city clerk. Can I have a motion for the bylaws? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Townsend, all in favor? That's carried. And a motion to terminate. That no further business be of this meeting take place, be adjourned and terminated. Councillor Kushner, Councillor Phillips, all in favor of termination? Terminated. All right, thanks, folks. Take care.